the whip. Hi, everybody. Happy Christmas to all of you across the Atlantic and then on the other side of the Pacific. And Merry Christmas to everybody here in the U.S. I hope you guys are doing well today. I hope you've gotten everything you've wanted, even if it's just peace and quiet. I hope you've all gotten exactly what you wanted for Christmas. Now, you might notice that Tony is not here yet, but that's because Tony had always said he would be here around 4:15. But I didn't want to start the show at 4:15, and I didn't want to, also wait until 4:30. So I thought what I would do is just start the show at 4. Tony will show up in a little bit. Everything will be fine. Holy crap, Midnight's Edge is here. I just saw Midnight's Edge in the chat. Good to see you, Tom. Hope you're doing well. Hope you've had a great day, sir. Again, thank you for sending me that message today, just saying hello. It's always good to stay connected with you. But yeah, thanks, Venkman. I appreciate that. It's always fun to use when I feel it's appropriate, and it's also really nice to finally have a decent webcam. Of course, you get what you pay for. So now, why is this shirt continue? There we go. Come on. Let's not insult Kylie this way. Come on, shirt, do your job. All right. I see a lot of people in the chat right now. So I hope you guys, if you're by yourselves for Christmas today, you're no longer by yourself. And this stream is going to go the distance. So as a matter of fact, Melinda is prepping some homemade pizza at one point. And she told me today, she said, do you want to have a hard stop on the stream so that you can eat dinner? And I said, no. And she goes, okay. And I said, what I'm going to do is when you let me know if that pizza's ready, I'll just run up. I'll let Tony or somebody else run the chat for 1 minute. I'll grab that slice of pizza and I'll come back down. Yeah, this is going to go for several hours. And if you were by yourself up until this point in the day, you are no longer by yourself. So, all right. Now, I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat. I am curious, for those of you that did get gifts this year, as Dave Sedaris would say, things of real value. I'm curious to find out if you got some sort of I don't mean grail item, the thing you look for all your life, but was there one thing you were hoping for this Christmas that you got, or Hanukkah? And if you got it, shout out what it was. And it can be anything. It doesn't have to literally be a piece of merchandise. It can just be something that you've been hoping for. Alex, I used to collect comic books for a really long time. As I guess you didn't see the recent Superman trailer Unplugged that I did, because I talk about my comic book collecting in that, which that was only last week when I did that video. So yeah, I collected a lot of comics in my youth. I also did a whole video called The Complete Spider-Man Story. You should probably check that video out. It always amazes me how often, and I have to blame YouTube for this, I don't really know why this is the case, but YouTube always seems to not show all of you the videos of the channels that you subscribe to. And so then these questions come up and it's wow, I know I've addressed that a lot. And, but people are all just yeah, I never saw those videos. It's crazy. Let's see. So what do we have here? We have Morrowind for the original Xbox. Nice. Now, did you get it high crop? Did you get it with the snap case and everything? I know that by the time we got to Xbox, PlayStation, the whole collectability of the packaging was changing a lot. So most Xbox and PlayStation games still come with their cases, unless the person was a complete heretic and just threw them away and put them in case logic sleeves, which anybody that did that should be, put in the stocks in the town square. Mezco G.I. Joe Firefly, the Ghost, and a classified Stinger. Wow, you got the Ghost. Okay, George, I wasn't aware that you were into the Star Wars thing all that much, and I also wasn't aware that you were into the HasLab thing at all. So that's very eye-opening to me. 1995 Rancor. All right, that's the one that kind of has like the sort of almost like silicone PVC, like rubbery skin. Is that right? G.I. Joe SMB Loose. Nice. My girlfriend got me the Fire and Ice Dark Wolf figure. Cool. Shocked the hell out of me. So I assume you're going to be getting Tigra then at some point when that comes out. I do feel sorry for the blonde guy. He clearly got left till the end. Let's see. Oh yeah, I think I know who gave that to you. If you mean D&D staycation with my wife and friends, then good. That if that's what you wanted and that's what you got, then that's wonderful. Hope you have been rolling 20s the whole time. I'm in Perth eating tandoori and thought that was weird, but pizza, great idea. Yeah, we roll a little differently around here sometimes. Han Solo Star Wars Icons book, nice. I got the literal Holy Grail. I'm selling it on eBay as an unwanted gift. I already have. That was a good joke. That was a good one. Second Christmas Day is pizza day in our household by tradition, so don't feel embarrassed. I'm not. I got the day off from work today. Been working Christmas Day the last 3 years, so this is a treat. Good. Take full advantage of it. Really just relax and take it all in. Got a Funko Pop Storm Shadow. It's the thought that counts. It definitely is the thought on that one, and I'm glad you're still thinking good things about that gift giver. Let's see. I got an electric razor with beard trimmer. 1977 Kenner Toy Show catalog. Wow, okay. Roland System 1 synthesizer. Jeremy Kerr, always high rolling those gifts, and both gifts given and gifts received. There's something about this man that's just, I don't know. He's like the King Midas of swag. I got a core Gundam from my significant other. It's just one of those ones that are hard to find because Bandai needs you to buy multiples. Oh, okay. Is Bandai one of those things where when you get really into it with those Gundams, I know they do different scales, but let's say they're doing the same scale again, but they're doing like a better one in some areas, but it's lacking in others. Is there the possibility that you can kit bash some of Bandai's different releases together to make the ultimate version, kind of like I do a lot with Black Series? You haven't opened gifts yet. Are you part of a cult? I still have my health. That's super important. My German Shepherd, also important. Family, and both my jobs. So I'm blessed. Hey, that's great. That's great, Darth. Seeing my kids' faces light up with excitement this morning is all the gift I need. Yes, sir. That is very, very true. And it's also good when you just don't want a lot of clutter. That is also really, really important. So, and also good to see you here, sir. Thanks for being here. Jason says, all I wanted for Christmas was a huge bag of money. Santa continues to screw me out of my dreams. Yeah, me too. I know the feeling. Me too. Scott Knudsen, I got 3 volumes of the ROM Space Knight Omnibus series. Oh, wow. Easier to read than dragging out my originals. Yeah, one at a time, bags out of boards. A few years ago, I sucked it up before they got too expensive. I guess they might have still officially been in print at that point. And I bought all the Omnibus series for the Marvel Star Wars, both UK and United States. And around the same time, I picked up all the IDW reprintings of the newspaper strip for Star Wars. I still need to go back and actually reread all of those, but I'm glad I have them when I'm finally able to sit down and do that. I got a Natasha Kesley. I never have figured out how to pronounce that last name. I know Danger Girl well, but that one, that last name is always. from Danger Girl by McFarlane. Great condition. Oh, awesome. I still need to pick those up. What's up, Chad? Merry Christmas, sir. Hope you're doing well. Joe DeBecky's here. Merry Christmas to you, sir. Oh, Anthony's here. Merry Christmas, sir. I hope you're having a great day today. Michael, what did you think of the new Indiana Jones game, or did you already cover it? You know, it's funny. I just get done talking about how YouTube doesn't show people the videos they make. So I did a whole live stream for 3.5 hours just last week, Hot Dog, where I played the game. I don't know what YouTube is doing out there, but I implore you, if you guys love certain channels, you've got to start making it a habit of checking into their homepages. You've got to, because YouTube is not telling you squat. I think the game is supremely overrated. I think the game was made with too much of a gaming mentality and not enough of an Indiana Jones mentality. I've been playing it for several levels now, several worlds, environments. The game has put me into a cul-de-sac, and I'm now going to have to start over because of broken game mechanics. I absolutely hate the first-person view. I don't care how beautiful a game is. If the play control is bad, the gaming experience is busted. And in this case, as I predicted and as I feared, hand-to-hand combat, especially fist fights in first person, do not work. They do not work at all. Inconsistent game mechanics, inconsistent logic. Nothing about it feels like an Indiana Jones game or story, I should say. I am not impressed. I have a custom red brown Captain America Mego scale figure on the way. Nice. Should arrive next week. This is the third after the Nicholas Hammond Spidey and Lou Bill Hulk 2-pack. Wow. Are you getting these all from the same artisans, Troy, or are they from different people? I'm curious. Got a G.I. Joe fridge last Christmas. Nice. That's sort of a little grail. Hard to come by mail-aways here. Oh, yeah, in Europe, that would be a real win, Henrik. That very much would be. My favorite RetroBlasting video is the Christmas catalog video Melinda hosted years ago. Hopefully Melinda's in the chat and she will hear you say that. Thanks for the kind words. Actually, I did get something for Christmas, a new driver's side rear tire for my car. Nice. I had to buy it for myself, but Merry Christmas. It's a Top Gear moment, Jason. It's a Top Gear moment, and we need more of those in our lives. Behold the awfulness, to quote Jeremy Clarkson. I got 2 of the last 17, Han Carbonite and Barada. Okay, well, that is a super nice gift for sure. I got Megaforce Atari 2600 game boxed. Nice. Wow. I picked up, Chad, just a few months ago. Somebody had found like an old stock case of boxed Atari 2600 Raiders of the Lost Arks, and they were selling them, out of the shipping case. They weren't like perfect, but they were like, pretty good shape. And I picked up one for myself because I only have just the cartridge. I didn't have it box sealed. And after that, I was like, well, I've still got I always kept my boxes for my Nintendo games, including the paperwork and everything. So I was that kid. So I have my boxed Tenjin Temple of Doom and my boxed Taito Last Crusade from when I was a kid. They're in very good shape. All things considered. Good enough shape that I'm not going to rebuy them. I'll put it that way. And I thought, well, the only one that I didn't have, I have all the Star Wars, the Super Star Wars for Super Nintendo with their boxes and everything. But for some reason, I rented Indiana Jones and never ended up owning it. And I can't remember why. I feel like it had something to do with, I think it came out either in my senior year or right before college or something. And something happened where I didn't get it. And so that's always been like a glaring sort of hole in my vintage Indiana Jones game collection. Well, my nephew, my nephew surprised me with a collectible grade condition. It's been opened, but every piece of paperwork is inside. The box only has a little bit of shelfware. It's got, you know, the cardboard framework inside for the cartridge to sit in, everything like that, the poster, all that kind of stuff. So I finally have this in my collection. That was like a really big deal this Christmas. I was like, wow, because I didn't even ask for this from anybody. My nephew and my brother just kind of colluded, and they figured out this is something that I would want, and it was. Let's see. I've only bought one HasLab. I guess it was the Ghost. I'm guessing it was the Ghost. So it wasn't like a G.I. Joe thing. Okay. The YouTube audience refuses to accept they have more power than they realize, and then we become their personal search engine. Yep. I guess that's why we're the creators. Yeah. Yeah, it is frustrating. High Crop, 1000% agree. Got it with the case and instructions. Nice. Fiance also got me a Berserk art book. Great year. Good deal. Good deal. Got a whole bunch of vintage Smurfs sold at BP between 79 and 82. Some of those are, I understand, are very highly collectible. Some of those different variations on the Smurf characters are very rare. So good on you. Happy holidays to you, Master Son. Good to see you, sir. I'm still hoping for a 63 NECA Godzilla. Oh, wow. Okay. I understand that some of those sort of like postmodern Godzilla collectibles in various makes are quite expensive. So I wish you the best of luck. Sorry if my chair is popping and squeaking. Let's see. You're absolutely getting Tigra. Good. Glad to hear it. And then hopefully they come out with the blonde guy. And then eventually they come out with the very like effete white-haired dude who's the villain. Let's see. Not Christmas, but I got a Makina Great White Masked Shark in October, and it was my best purchase in the last 5 years. I really wanted to buy into that one. Unfortunately, I asked Ace directly about it and asked him about the scale, and he admitted that it was going to be a much larger scale by comparison to the vintage Kenner. Like that vehicle's slightly larger than the vintage Thunderhawk. And I was like, yeah, I can't take a chance on trying to rebuy the whole season 1 fleet through Ace, because if that collapses or it never gets finished or certain vehicles never get made, then I'm out. And then on top of that, they're all very expensive, you know, unit per unit. So I wouldn't want to put that kind of investment into it anyway. So I just had to let it go and just be happy with my display model of it that is in scale with the Kenner originals. Jesse says, Michael, I didn't get much this year, but my brother gave me a Star Wars sweater, Darth Vader in the front with Death Star. Oh, okay, nice. Good deal. Good deal. Well, Tony, it's funny you say that, because I was hoping that Melinda would make a cameo on the stream today, because I was hoping that she would demo her new headphones, but I don't think she wants to. So for whatever reason, she's just comfortable on the couch with the cats. So I'm not going to pressure her. So, but hopefully we'll see her new headphones at some point. Cash, well done. I don't know who that is, Alex. Sorry. Rolling Nat 20s, not so much. I've had those days on D&D. I've had those days, and they are rough, sir. I sympathize. Derek says, finally got the Kenner Ghostbusters Firehouse, the empty tower of plastic. It is. I have one myself. And had it when I was a kid. Huge Ghostbusters fan. Had to have it. And it's finally rejoined my collection, complete and in great condition. Good deal. Mine's got a little yellowing, but I don't want to like go crazy on it. So here is Australia's gift to us today. This is Australia's Christmas gift to all of us. Tony Roberts of Analog Toys is here.
Merry Christmas, Michael. How are you?
Good. Merry Christmas, Tony. It's good to see you.
It's good to see you too.
Yeah, I'm turning down this, and just in case there's any echo problems, sorry about that. My volume on my computer was high because I was wrestling earlier today with Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, and Yeah, it's still horrible. Horrible game. Horrible game.
You decided to punish yourself on Christmas Day.
Well, I just thought maybe I can get a little closer to the end, so that maybe I can do like a wrap-up video or something.
Yeah.
And the play control's awful. Everything's broken. Like, I know people are like gushing on this game right now, and I think they're more like gamers than they are Indiana Jones people. And also, as you and I predicted, the first-person fist fighting is terrible. Like, it's not consistent, broken game mechanics, everything. So I don't care what anybody says online. They just must be gamer addicts that are gluttons for punishment, and they just think anything new and pretty is awesome, but not me. Speaking of which, before we get started with our lackadaisical hangout, I had an idea for an activity that I was hoping we could do, but I couldn't get it working. We used to play a game when I was at university. We were bored film students, and it was the late 90s. And we came up with this game where we would put a two-person player game on PlayStation or PlayStation 2, whichever. And then we would have the people playing the game sit with their backs to the TV. And then two of us would watch the game as opposing competitors, and we would yell what we needed the other person to do. Yeah. And I thought this would be really fun. I was like, I'll blindfold myself and put a game up, and then I'll have Tony like try and, navigate me through the game on the Christmas stream. Well, I thought for a while, I was like, well, maybe if there's lag or if there's internet problems, that could be problematic for, Tony, because suddenly he's asking me to do something and I'm already 3 seconds past him. But the bigger issue arose where I could not figure out how to get the sound of the game to project at the same time. So in other words, it would just be this empty visual. And then on top of that, I realized, and Indiana Jones and the Great Circle is so bloody boring that it would just kill all the momentum of the whole thing anyway. So I killed it. How are you, sir? How were your festivities?
Yeah, very, very good. We had a very low key Christmas this year because Grace had to work, unfortunately. Only did a few hours. It's Boxing Day morning here, so she's off to work today. So we had a pretty low key Christmas, but we're off to Japan in a couple of weeks' time, so we're kind of excited for that. So the plan was always to have a low key Christmas, but one of Grace's good friends popped over yesterday to have a couple of glasses of champagne with us, and she brought us this really awesome gift. She wanted to get flowers for Gracie. It was like, how do I find something that Tony might enjoy? So she brought us Lego orchids.
Wow.
And I haven't built any Lego in ages. And I was like, it was really fun. We sat around in the kitchen having a chat, having a drink. And I didn't build it all yesterday. I kind of finished it this morning. But I was like, what a clever gift.
Yeah, that's great.
Don't die.
They don't die, and they have a little bit more of a pride factor when you look over it compared to just, say, like a silk or plastic plant, because you had to still build it. Which, I got some Lego for my nephew. I think you probably saw already. He gave me this.
I did see, yes.
Which is like, holy crap, and it's in really good condition. I don't even have a console to play it on. My SNES died decades ago. I just wanted to have it, for obvious reasons. But I got him the Lego Technic set of the Koenigsegg sport car. So hopefully he'll build that. I'm hoping that gets him into more technically oriented building and skill work rather than just basic Lego. And then maybe one day he can help me turn wrenches on the DeLorean or something. Maybe I can get him into doing that level of skill with his hands or whatever.
You're playing a very long game there.
I am. It's secret homework, but it's, now Anthony says, my brother got me my Motu Grail, a complete twistoid. Are twistoids related to the monstroid, or is that just a coincidence?
It has a similar mechanism, the way it spins around.
Right.
But I don't think Monstroid was part of the evil horde. Twistoid isn't. So
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. First, before we go any further, I just have to say, Tony, what camera are you streaming from right now? Because like your camera, I know you already upgraded your lighting and your production value, but like whatever you're streaming from on your camera, I'm like, I just bought a new webcam and it still looks like ass compared to whatever Tony's doing. So what are you shooting with?
Well, I've never been able to find a webcam that I'm satisfied with. I've bought a couple of different Logitech cameras over the years. They're no good.
Yeah.
So I'm literally streaming from the Sony 4K camera that I film all my videos with. So I have it run through a video capture card, and but the worst part about it is I can't get it to like sit at the top of the screen. It sits quite a bit higher. So if I'm looking at you, this is what you. So I have to consciously look up.
At the camera. I do that too. Like if I'm wanting to look at you.
Yeah.
But it just I'm gonna turn the lights up in here because it's just I'm starting to feel like you've like totally. Okay, that's a little better. I still look like I'm in a hate basement or something. But also you've got is that a new shirt? It looks brand new.
No, I've had it for a while, but it's my Batman Christmas shirt.
Yeah,
so I don't bring it out very often.
Yeah, the real Batman on that shirt. Yeah, nice. Yeah. Nice. Okay. Let's see. Ryan Potter says, I got the 1984 Dune 4K box set from Germany with 3 different cuts of the film. Nice. Let's see. Sorry, I'm so behind in the chat. Everyone's just okay. Robert says I got a 3.25-inch Batman and Batwing and repro of Lunar for the Sega Saturn in English. Oh, so that must be a reproduction game translated into English. It wasn't released for the American or the English-speaking console. Very nice. My brother got me Mariam Dabo's Bond Girls Are Forever book. Hold on. Mariam wrote a book?
I've never heard of it.
I now need that book. Mariam is from the Living Daylights. I have her autograph on my wall. I will. Okay, thank you for letting me know, KBA. I will get that book. Bond Girls Are Forever by Mariam Dabo. Thank you. You can kit bash Bondi Gunpla kit, especially the high grades. However, you've got to be careful with those Bondi exclusives. They are expensive. Holy crap. Okay. Good info. The real question is, how many times has Michael uninstalled, reinstalled, and uninstalled Great Circle? I uninstalled it once and have reinstalled it once. And the only reason I did at the time was because I found out I still had my save games. I thought I'd wiped it all out. Now what I've learned as of today, there is a broken game mechanic where you can circumvent without any penalty all of these things they don't tell you are around to up your stats. So you can get all the way to a certain point in the game, and then you find yourself, say, fighting a final boss of a level, and you don't have enough energy to do it. And the only way to have gotten that energy was to go around and do all these fetch quests and things that you didn't know about. So you're now stuck, because even though you can travel between the different locations, again, like an open world goofy thing, if you're stuck in a final boss fight, there's nowhere to go to do that. So basically the game cul-de-saced me. And now I'm going to have to, so I'm just like, everything about this game.
You have to go all the way back to the very beginning, or
you have to start out. I will have to start the whole game over in order to do this all. Yeah, dude, it's the worst Indiana Jones game I've ever played. Like, I can't believe the reviews it's getting. I can't believe that people think it's awesome. Oh, you're going to love this. I'm going to put this in my final review if I do one. So they had to have an entire Reddit thread to discuss and confirm how you reload his revolver in the game, because that mechanic is totally broken. So like, I was trying to do it, and I had to look up the instructions on how to do it online, because of course the game's not going to give it up in any kind of way. you have to tap right trigger, which makes him open the cylinder. At that point, because they weren't clear on it, they just said right trigger. So I held right trigger. Then they say start reloading with left. Well, if you pull left trigger while holding right trigger, he closes the cylinder and fires off a shot, which then alerts everybody, and then you get killed. So so you have to tap right trigger. He opens the cylinder. Then you tap left trigger, and he starts putting them in one round at a time. And I'm going, there is no way that a guy from World War I, right before World War II, would be loading a revolver that way. Not that kind of revolver. You use full moon clips, and you have 6 rounds in each one. How do I know that? I own 2 of these, all right?
Yeah.
Like, you drop them in. And remember when we were at the range, that's how we did it. We dropped in the full moon clips, right? Here's the other problem with that. You're only allowed to have the 6 rounds plus an additional 6 that you collect from around the environment. So you'll find entire boxes of revolver ammo, but when you pick one up, it only gives you 2 rounds. And you're only allowed to carry a total of 12 rounds. And I'm like, I can literally grab a handful of preloaded full moon clips and throw them into my satchel, and I have 100 rounds in there. Like, just, and the satchel's not even full. Like, the satchels, they're just all along the bottom of the satchel.
Yeah.
It's wild to me, man. Like,
it's not like Indy hasn't got small pockets on his jacket either. Like, even if the satchel's full, it's
yeah, dude, it's crazy. Anyway, sorry everybody. I know I'm ranting about this game. Sorry. Merry Christmas to me. Werewolf says, I got a $200 gift card from my mother-in-law. Didn't have the heart to tell her that's what she owes me from washing my socks. Oh, okay. Well, Werewolf, I hope that situation with your mother-in-law gets better. You know, New Year's resolution. Let's see. All my YouTube recommendations seem to be videos from a decade ago. Yeah, I'm seeing that a lot too on my home screen. I'm seeing that a lot too.
I really don't know what's going on with YouTube home screen these days, because I get all the notifications for the channels I like. I click the bell, but the notifications, they pop up on my phones and not on my laptop. But if I just go into my normal feed, my homepage, YouTube seems to be really pushing a lot of. You see channels with like 60 subscribers, and because of similar topics. And then what did I was watching the other day? Because I was researching clips from The Office for my last video. Now I'll go into my homepage, and 90% of it is just Office clips. I'm like, I only watched a couple of videos. Like, please be done with this now.
Yep.
I'm on to the next thing.
Michael did a 3-hour live stream of Indiana Jones and the Italian fetch quest. True. This is what I wanted for Christmas. Michael choking out Great Circle with his bare hands in front of an audience. There may be more episodes to that one.
Yeah.
There'll be one called Starting Over, but didn't want to. Like, I've got notifications on for RetroBlasting, but YouTube never sends me any. Had to set a reminder for this live stream. Thanks, YouTube. You're doing real great by your advertisers. Real good. Let's see. I got a book called Wiffle Level to Full. Let's see. Oh, and Troy says his custom Migos, the Hammond Spidey and the Red Brown Captain America, are from World's Greatest Superheroes, the Lou Bill Hulk 2-pack I did myself. Wow. He's got custom Migos that he got for Christmas. So, let's see. Yep, same here, George. Got all 3 of them still with their boxes. Because even back then, I was broken. Some people wanted to go on dates. I wanted the boxes for my Super Nintendo games intact. All right. Let's see. I got the Playmobil Ecto 1 based off your review, as well as Kit. The Ecto really is worth it. Yeah, Playmobil Ecto 1's really, really, really good. Let's see. My parents got me that gigantic G.I. Joe art omnibus. You could do bench presses with the thing, and it covers everything. Oh, okay. That's not the one. Is that the one by 3D Joe's, or is it a different publication?
I think that's the one he's talking about. Yes,
Yeah.
but they did come out with an art omnibus this year.
Gotcha. Custom items that a small studio, Monster Manor, has been doing regarding Hasbro's recent indie figures, fixing their mistakes and omissions, correct Raiders fedora, etc. Monster Manor.
I'm assuming he's talking about the 6-inch Adventure Series figures, not the
right.
retro collection.
Let's see if I can find it this way. I'm not seeing a link to Monster Manor. I'm seeing something Monster Manor for. I wonder, are they on like Etsy or something? Because I'm not seeing them on a basic search. But I'd be interested to find out more. Tomb Raider 1 through 3 remastered collection for Nintendo Switch. Nice. I'm still waiting on my limited run deluxe PC edition to arrive in a few months. I think they said it comes in February. What's up?
A lot of people got games this year.
Yeah. A lot of people did. That chair looks very Palpatine. Well, you can talk to Melinda about that. She bought this chair for me. It's very comfortable. It's very comfortable, but it's very difficult when I'm wearing my hat because the brim won't let me lean back. All right, let's see. I'm going to jump ahead in the chat here a little bit. Randall, Michael, Merry Christmas to you. Is wondering your thoughts on Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis and Star Trek Judgment Right point and click games. Own them both. Have played them since all the way back when. They're both excellent. I still need to finally one day do videos about Fate of Atlantis. I think I've said in videos that Fate of Atlantis is a really great game. I know I've said it on live streams, so maybe you just didn't remember that. But yeah, I have nothing bad to say about that game. Yes, George, it did. I have it right here, and I'm going to open it on the stream. Let's see. So, Tony.
Yeah.
Watched your excellent Action Man ceremonials video.
Thank you.
Had to ask, the clips that you already have had for many years of Bob and Greg Hughes and others that you're able to bring in, the interview clips. I'm going to open this can of water. Sorry. There we go. I obviously I've watched your Action Man documentary and I've seen it several times over the years, but I didn't immediately jump back over to it and start scrubbing through it to answer my own question. But I'm curious, because you have the unbroken interviews that you pulled from for that documentary, were we seeing extra trims from those interviews in this new? I thought so. I knew it. Awesome.
Okay. Yes. Yep. There was some extended cuts of those interviews there. I don't remember exactly what it was. There are a couple of small little stories that Bob tells that never made it into the original cut whatsoever. And after the video came out, he sent me an email after he'd watched the finished video. Said, you never told the story about Bob and Brian and Bill going to visit the Museum of the 17th, 21st Lancers. And I was like, I don't think I've ever heard this story, Bob. Now, I've got a lot of the... I have so much interview footage from that documentary that I have kind of... I've cut them into file clips, but I've still got the original tapes. So I need to go and scrub through the original tape to see if... Because Bob seems to remember telling me this story about the Lancer, but basically they got invited to go to the 17th, 21st Lancers Museum.
Right.
Because that regiment wanted their own Action Man uniform.
Yep.
So they went along and they were given the full uniform, and they said, they traveled there in a Ford Cortina or something like that. They couldn't fit the Lance in the car, so they got back to Palatoy, and they had to get Brian to jump in a transit van or something and head back down and get this Lance because it was so big, and they couldn't fit it into the packaging either, which is why they made it a 2-piece accessory, and it's now very easily broken. But yes, a lot of those interviews in my recent video did appear in the Story of Action Man documentary. But yes, there are extended cuts and a few sections that were never made it into the final cut of the first time around.
I felt it in the force. I had this feeling. I was like, I think we're seeing extra footage from these interviews, like in a good way. Like, it's great that you remembered all that. And yeah.
Otherwise, kind of, what's the point?
Mm-hmm.
It was. I very much wanted to reuse it and showcase the toys in a better way than I did. You know, I've come such a long way as a filmmaker in that 12-year period. I'm like, yeah, if I'm going to do this, let's give the audience something that they didn't get to see the first time around. So
absolutely, it's a fabulous video. It's a fascinating video. No, Tony did not come on here today to plug his new video. I'm just saying it out loud. Like, I like learning. I always like finding out new things about things, especially historical stuff and especially historical military stuff, things like that. So all of that was right up my alley. But as always, everything you do, well produced, well edited, well paced, just a wealth of information. So let's see. Happy holidays, Tony. I'm suddenly curious whether Tony has an opinion on Michael's mystery box for Christmas.
So I got up on I'm 13 hours ahead of Michael. So when I got up on Christmas Day morning, it's still Christmas Eve, and I knew Michael was up to something because he'd shared a little sneak peek with a couple of his friends beforehand, but I hadn't seen the whole video. And I sat outside yesterday with my morning coffee to sit down and watch that. And needless to say, there is coffee all over the table. Where I did several spit takes. That was yes. Yeah, I do enjoy Michael's sense of humor.
I was, to answer a little bit more background on that Moon Knight, I was really debating which video was going to get done before Christmas. Rogue One is not it. Rogue One is a long game, so I'm hoping to get Rogue One done in January. The script is almost done. Script is almost done. But in the background, it was like, do I do an update on Mattel's Jurassic Park Legacy Collection? Do I do this other video I was thinking of? I can't remember which one it was. Or do I do this? And I was talking to Chronically, and he was like, well, he goes, Jurassic Park is really kind of like, a lot of people really love it, but it doesn't make any waves on like toy videos. I said, yeah, that's true. I thought, well, if I do the other one at Christmas, though, Keijo, won't that be like trolling? And he said, yes, do it. I thought, all right, that's fair. He goes, we all need a laugh at Christmas because the holiday blues. I'm like, you know what? Yeah. That's a good point. That's a good point. All right, let's see. I know I'm way behind in the chat. I'm way behind. So let me just jump ahead here because this stream has always been for everybody in the chat. It's not for myself or Melinda or Tony. I mean, we're always happy to be here, but this stream has always been, since the beginning of the channel, started as a series of Skype calls, like Skype video chats back in the day, because live streaming wasn't really a thing. And thank you, Robert's Infinite Realms. Appreciate that. Good to see you. Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Kylie shirt versus Santa Batman shirt. I really think they run in tandem. I don't think that Kylie and Batman would be rivals. I think they'd be allies. So
absolutely.
Yeah. Especially, given that Kylie is a huge advocate for inclusion. And so she would make Robin feel very welcome, is what I'm saying. Anyway. So Tim says, you guys need to put a tennis ball on a stick to represent the eye line of people you're talking to on camera. Well, I've gotten used to just looking at the little activation light on the thing. So, hey, Tim. All right. Let's see. Scott Knudsen says open world gameplay is fine, but it'd be nice to warn you, hey, you're about to make your game unplayable. Yeah, exactly. Like my game is truly what do they call that? Soft locked, or it's a term where you find yourself soft stuck, soft frozen, or whatever, soft frozen, because you're still technically able to progress, but really you can't. And you can't go back because of the scenario you're in. It's a huge problem. And I'm not looking forward to replaying a lot of those levels. Like I'll probably deprioritize it and do it later or something. Like the game is not interesting enough for that to be the case. Michael, where did you find the anime from your last video? So after I made the mistake of purchasing Kandagawa Jet Girls from Amazon because they recommended it to me when I was buying Conan, I'd say about a week later, 2 weeks later, they recommended to me a number of other things, and that was in there. Now, it was a secondhand price, but I was like, and I didn't buy it immediately. I went to Crunchyroll, and it was on Crunchyroll. I thought, okay. And I turned it on, and by God, what was I watching? So yeah, that's how I found it. Yeah. But that's the danger of being curious. Like Tony knows this just as well as I do. You're curious, and you're willing to open that pantry door. Yeah, some people stay in their lane. Other people make constant mistakes. Yeah, but then they'd insert a game mechanic of setting up the moon clips. God, I would hope not Ravaging Wolverine. I would really hope not. It just, that's what happens when an entire generation of writers and game designers has avoided actual firearms like the play. Yeah, well, according to these game designers, Indiana Jones doesn't use firearms. What movies were you watching?
Yeah.
What?
The last one.
You're right. If you find 2 priceless artifacts, do you have to leave one behind? I wouldn't be surprised if you did. I wouldn't be surprised. You're welcome, Rocco. You're welcome. Oh, and there will be more. You'll just never know when they're coming. That's the other thing too, is I always have to both with Kandagawa and this one, you have the initial thumbnail, because for Kandagawa it was April 1st. For this one it's Christmas. You have the initial thumbnail, and then like 3 days after the event's over, I have another thumbnail, and I change the title to reflect what it really is.
Yep.
And then it lives its life that way for all time.
Yeah, which makes sense, because 3-4 days after Christmas, not many people are going to click on a Christmas stream thumbnail. So,
you have to future proof it. That's why, like, at first I wanted to have at the very end, I wanted to have Mr. Potter from It's a Wonderful Life saying Merry Christmas in jail, like that. And but then I thought, no, I'll leave that off, because afterwards it'll make it evergreen when I switch the thumbnail, so I won't reference. Yeah, it's a whole thing. It's all a hat trick. Let's see. Yes, Scott, I totally agree. The Interplay Star Trek games, which I grew up playing, are astonishingly good. As a matter of fact, it was around one of those games that RetroBlasting began, because we started doing RetroBlasting because the project we took on for that game was too hard. And so we started this instead, which, there's some irony there.
You've shared bits of that project on Patreon, haven't you?
Yes. In the Lost Videos folder of the top tier of the RetroBlasting Patreon, you can watch the one opening scene that we shot that was going to be an entire season of new old Star Trek based off that Interplay game. And we shot an entire opening sequence using the Playmates figures, and we hadn't done any After Effects work yet or anything. It was just like proof of concept. And I had bought like all the Star Trek original soundtracks to mix in, and I'm a big original series fan, so I knew the way they were edited and I knew the way they were shot, and I would try and mimic that and study the pacing. And it was going to be a lot of fun. And it was like the amount of dioramas we're going to have to build, and then all the copyright issues we're going to run into. I'm like, this isn't worth it. It would have been awesome. So now I've got this absolute mountain of Playmate Star Trek figures that I've always intended to do a video with for RetroBlasting, and I haven't done it yet because resentment, it runs deep. Let's see. Miriam Dabo co-wrote a book about all the Bond girls back in the 2000s. Oh, cool. I will look that up, sir. Thank you for letting me know. Let's see. As a long-time watcher of both of your channels, it was a distinct thrill to be standing right there when you guys met for the first time and received your tank tread gift from Jeremy. Yes. Merry Christmas to you both. And to you as well, Stiggle. Stiggle? Either way, I'm not trying to disrespect you. Just trying to cover all my bases with pronunciation.
I just call him M.
Yeah. Oh, good. Good call. Yeah, M. That's good. Thank you, Ray Fines. Thank you. Hasn't arrived for me yet, but I purchased a custom-made Bucky O'Hare figure, Santa-themed Toad Air Marshal. Okay, from a guy who's got other customs planned. Interesting. Has he ever done a custom Righteous Indignation vehicle? Because that would be the true holy grail custom for that range. Because they never did it. I don't know. Of all the unproduced toys, misguided unproduced toys, Tony, the main ship for the Bucky O'Hare line was never made. The Millennium Falcon of the line was never made. And because of the internet, eventually the unproduced photos of it for Toy Fair in New York surfaced. And they made the ship, but it was too small, and it was permanently attached to a kind of like gun grip base. It was stuck in place with a light gun feature. And it was like, boy, in the late 80s, early 90s, they really had a hard-on for that whole light gun technology. They were not going to let it go. And I was like, well, better it didn't come out. Yeah. That'd have been horrible. I added Keijo to my Crunchyroll watch list after watching your video, and I'm not sorry about it. It's a good thing you're not, because if you had been, I'm not saying you could sue me for it, but I can see people being that angry.
You've seen people that angry in the comment section.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You're welcome, Wolfie. You're welcome. I feel like now I wanted everybody to know Tony wanted to be here today. He might be regretting it now, but he wanted to be here.
I'm certainly not regretting it, sir.
Nothing's keeping him here. There's nothing off the side of the screen with like something that says I'm going to break your ceremonials or anything like that.
My ankle is not chained to a radiator, I promise. I did say to Michael that I don't have a time limit today. As long as people are here and they want to listen to us chat, I'm willing to stay. However, my camera does only have a 6-hour battery.
Oh, okay.
But I have a spare battery, so I can swap it out at some point.
But it's just on. It's not recording, so it's using a little less power than it would be. Yeah. All the stealth missions just don't feel like Indiana Jones to me. Yeah, I would agree, especially when every time you duck down, which is most of the game, and you move, you just see these fingers doing this right at the bottom of the screen, like this. And it's like, what is he doing? Like, what is going on there? Like, it's also the other thing that's broken about the stealth in that game, most of the game is in broad daylight. But they were so committed to stealth that as long as you're ducking, their field of awareness is comically bad. So I can be in a completely open, like motor pool courtyard with a chain link fence around it and a truck here and there in broad daylight in Egypt. I know this because it happened. There's a guy standing there just looking around. I'm walking toward him, but trying to stay like on his periphery, but he can still see me because I can see him. And he starts to do the thing where it's like, oh, his alert thing's going up, and all I do is duck in place, broad daylight, in the desert, and suddenly he's like, must have been nothing. And then you can literally just do this right past him. Like not like right up on his feet, but close enough where anybody with a brain would go, why are you walking by me doing that? Are you on drugs? The game is silly as hell. It's absolutely silly. Let's see. Oh, I'm sorry. Kandagawa Jet Girls. There you go. Hey, I'm sorry, Tony. I know you've heard me answer this question like 50 times.
I understand your frustration, though, because you've answered this question, and I think you're being generous there with 50 times. I've seen you answer this question 250 times in comments and on live streams and videos. And go ahead. So maybe one final time for 2024. Michael, is man-child news discontinued?
So I really appreciate everybody who liked Man-Child News. As I've said many times in many different formats on many different streams and Patreon messages and everything else. And when I said streams, I mean public streams, Patreon messages and public streams. Man-Child News did not get the audience after a year and change that it should have. As a matter of fact, it was starting to die off. And it was something that doesn't have any rewatchability either, which I prefer to make things that have rewatchability. But if it had grown, I would have kept doing it, but it did not. So we had to call it quits. People weren't showing up, and the people that had been showing up were not showing up anymore. Possibly because of the YouTube algorithm not showing them things, because people just want to be spoon-fed. They don't want to engage with their channels. But the reason is immaterial. The point is there was reality. So we're not doing that anymore. As much as I liked it, we're not doing that. So, all right. He looks forward to the next Kandagawa Keijo video with great interest. I don't blame you. I'm still waiting to see what lands on me. You see, it's not. I'm not saying I got it in my back pocket, but if anyone will find the next one, it'll be me. Okay. Michael's ace in his sleeve is obscure, hilarious anime. Could it be? The numbers on Kandagawa and Keijo don't warrant me doing those all the time. That's why I do them like, it has to be super wacky for me to actually take the time to do something like that, because otherwise they don't get the hits. Let's see. Just noticed Michael's handle underneath the RetroBlasting title. I'd heard about the show before, but hadn't had a chance to see it. It's exactly what I thought it would be from what I saw in the vid. I have always loved the Playmates TNG shuttle. It's really the only vehicle we ever got. So many adventures with that thing. The original series shuttle wasn't bad. It was pretty good from the same line. Let's see. Rod Digga is here. Hey, Michael and Tony, Merry Christmas to you both and your families. Merry Christmas to you, sir. I'm about to sit down to dinner, but we'll come back for the replay. Well, have a great dinner, sir. Have a great dinner.
Merry Christmas.
Thoughts on Space Cobra? Tony, do you know anything? What's Space Cobra? Do you know what that is?
No.
Okay, I'm not sure either. Eslamon Quizzy, you're going to have to explain what you're referring to.
Possibly a game, I think. As you said, it's fun.
Good point. Good point. But you know, he'll come back and say it's some sort of like custom card game or something it's like a party game. I don't know.
Moonlight in the chat saying Space Adventure Cobra. It's an anime.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen it. Let's see. I'm behind in the chat. That's why I'm so behind on the answers. Let's see. And I appreciate you saying that, Ravaging Wolverine. I had fun making them, but as Tony will tell you, even when you love making something for your channel, if it doesn't grow and take off on a level where it just becomes a time suck, and especially if it starts to recede, as a creator, you move on. If you're healthy, you move on. If you're not healthy about it, you just keep beating your head against that brick wall. Like as an example, some creators, what they do is they, in order to move on, they will up their game. So they'll become master cinematographers within like 3 videos. They'll start making custom dioramas for everything they do. They'll do these crazy drone stunts and really up their production value and really give the audience something to really hold on to. And you can't deny that they're like, you know what, man, like they pivoted and from the one project and they are still like pushing for that shingle. They're going for it. And then you have other creators who they don't give up, but they don't really know where to go, but they just keep really trying. So like they'll make sure that anything against that gray background is still very well lit and visible and in focus. They'll try and write some good commentary around it. They're never going to shine like the former example, but they will be one of the last channels standing. They're not giving up. They just can't excel like the other guy. But in both cases, you should really take a close look at both of those channels and say, those channels are working for me. Those channels are trying to provide value for me in their own ways. Versus, say, I don't know, huckster channels. You can see those pretty quickly. So, yeah. Michael's next video is High School of the Dead because breasts actually move like that. Oh, I saw High School of the Dead years ago, but not the whole thing. You might be right. It might be the next one. I'll revisit it and see if it qualifies for Kandagawa Part 3. Let's see. Okay, so we got when are Melinda and Movie Oubliette doing another live stream? They are doing another live stream as we speak, but it's not a Dreamland episode. They've done a whole series for this new show that they're doing. I don't want to reveal too much because it's for them to reveal, but it's a comedy series. It's really, really good. They've put a lot of hard work into it, and they're hoping to release that early this next year, so in the new year. But I'll let them talk more about that. Let's see. Oh, there's Melinda saying it. She said it before I did. And there's Conrad, and he's right. It is hilarious. So,
Merry Christmas, Conrad.
Yes, Merry Christmas, Conrad. Okay. All right. So, Tony, did you get a box this year from George Aiken?
I did not. I want to say that there's one on the way, but mail over here is pretty slow.
But you get you. It's possible also because you and George have kind of like a Dutch East India trading company kind of like thing going on fairly regularly. I didn't mean it in like I wasn't referring to slaves, everybody. I was referring to spices, tea, stuff like that. I realized I almost stepped into like a historical kerfuffle there. No, I was referring to goods and sundries. All right. He sent me a box. I guess I should open it, right?
Yeah, I think you should.
Okay. Well, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to open this from Conrad because Conrad from Movie Oubliette sent me something, and I haven't opened it today because I wanted to open it on camera. So we'll see what it is.
And it's a surprise. You don't know what it is?
I have no idea. I have no idea what it is. Oh, he even had it gift bagged. Look at that.
Classy.
I know, as Conrad always is. Okay. Wow. Deluxo. Oh my gosh, you wonderful, wonderful man. Volume 2 on 4K of the classic monster movies from Universal.
Nice.
I have Volume 1. Now, thanks to Conrad, I have Volume 2. He said there's a tag. Oh, crap. I didn't read the tag because I'm a boor. He said, Season's greetings, sir. Herewith a secretly selfish gift because it's a shameful gap in my film viewing. I hope we can watch it together sometime. Thanks for consistently being one of the finest of men. Much love from Conrad. Thank you, sir. And yes, we absolutely can watch this when you're here. Absolutely. Whatever you want to watch on this when you're here, I'm game. So you just let me know. You just let me know. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Is Conrad making a return trip?
I would like to think so. I don't know exactly when or if that's going to happen. I need to go his way at some point because I got to do my Robin Hood stuff and everything else. I've not given up on that. It's on hiatus, and they chopped down that tree, which is just like, oh, I want to get those two guys, but I guess the court has already got them. So they screwed up my filming and they killed that tree. And anyway, I digress. So so Conrad hopefully is coming back this way at some point. There are 2 trips that I want to make. I want to make a trip back to the UK to film all that and also see a few more things. And I have this other dream, Tony, but I don't know if it's really possible. And I don't mean that in the sense of not possible getting there. Oh, I can get there. What I would like to have happen, I don't think is possible. I would like for there to be a clandestinely coordinated trip where you just walk into your local pub on like a Friday night and I turn around and I'm at the stool and I'm like, hey, good to finally see you got here. And then you're like, what? Like, I've always wanted that to be the case, but I knew that that's probably not. It would have to be so pre-planned you'd already know I was on the way. So
yeah,
but I would like to get out to where you are at some point. Or if you don't recommend that, then we coordinate a trip to meet in Melbourne to go to Lobos and do that.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I am back in Melbourne next October, I think, and I've already spoken to the store owner. You and I have talked in the background. A lot of toy dealers don't watch YouTube,
right?
And like I'm not offended anywhere I go when someone doesn't recognize me. So,
yes,
you know, my channel's a small fry in the broader scheme of things, in real life. But I spent several hours at Lobos, and it was almost like every single customer who came in was like, "Oh, can I get a selfie?" And after like the 4th or 5th guy to come in, Dennis was like, "You're not like some of the other YouTubers who come in." Anyway, we continue to chat. I did get along very well with Dennis, and I've said, I'm coming back next year in October, and he's like, "Can we plan like an evening event where you come to the store and we'll do like a beer and pizza night with a small cover charge just to cover the catering, and we'll just get everyone." And I was like, "Dude, I would love that." Invite whoever wants to come down. I probably may get assassinated if we advertise too much, but
see, that's the whole thing. Like that to me, I love the fact that you just told. I didn't know that story about him saying, "Oh, you're not like the other YouTubers. Like people actually want to talk to you and stuff." That's the thing. I love all these stories that have come out over the last few years of people, not even in the toy space, just on social media, giving people in other businesses a hard time because they're like, "I'm an influencer," and they're all like, I'm supposed to roll out the red carpet for you because you're trying to be somebody on Instagram, or whatever. And I love the fact that, like myself, you don't lead with that. You're like, you just kind of walk in trying to do your own shopping and, you tell him, "Hey, can I film for my YouTube channel or whatever?" But I'm not, and then he starts to see you get recognized by all these people. And he's like, "Wait a second. You're not like those other dingbats. You're like the real deal," and it's like, "Oh, well, yeah, to me, that's awesome." Yeah. I want to go to Melbourne and spend time with Dan. Yeah, I can understand why, Conrad. Finally spent some good time with him. Absolutely.
Conrad, you would absolutely love Melbourne. I hadn't been there since when my family moved from England to Australia in 1988. The first place we went to was Melbourne. I was 11 years old and I've never been back since. And I've only got very vague memories of it. My memories are like Melbourne City has a tram system. That's what I remember.
Yep.
I went back for a week in November, and yes, Lobos was amazing, but just the whole city, I absolutely loved it.
Mm-hmm.
The food, the restaurants, it's got a very retro vibe. There was
Mm-hmm.
I was going to vintage clothing stores and record stores.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fabulous city. I know you enjoyed it when you went, Michael.
Yeah. Oh, I loved it. The only thing that it's not anybody's fault, but I missed out on the Kylie Minogue statue at the wharf by like 18 months. Like they moved it. I was like, no. Quick, someone send Michael a sail barge so he has an excuse to go back to Australia. Michael doubling down, trying to fool us into believing in Australia. I'm not falling for it.
I have seriously considered this devious plan over the years, and as much as I would love you to come and visit,
Mm-hmm.
I still can't bring myself to buy a HasLab and send it to you.
Well, it wouldn't require a HasLab in your case for me to, and also on top of that, like it wasn't like if I had a reason to go back that was scheduled where it was like, hey, we're gonna meet at a certain month, day, and time at Lobos and we're gonna hang out for a few days in the Melbourne area and all that kind of stuff, then yeah, that's like a thing you plan for and you can go. The thing that made the sail barge thing so wacky was it was a bad situation for Brent. It was a bad situation with this object. It was this whole thing all the way around. And it was like, how do we solve this problem as quickly as we can? In other words, we don't want this thing to be like a C-130 that was purchased by the previous regime of Iran, and the U.S. government can't sell it to somebody else, but they can't give it to the Air Force. And so it just sits on the end of the runway and rusts down to nothing. That's a real thing, by the way. But I didn't want that sail barge to be the same thing where it's like, I'm going to get it to Brent. So I'm never going to open it. I'm never going to do anything with it, but it's going to sit for 3 years while I figure it out. I mean, thank goodness we moved as quickly on it as we did, because otherwise the pandemic would have happened and then there'd have been a huge delay. And so I'm just really glad it got taken care of. Now Master Son is saying, sounds like a trip to Melbourne is happening. I don't know. I'd love to see it happen. Melinda says, I'd like to teleport to Melbourne. Scott Benson says, we need to help the word dingbat re-enter common usage. This is a good start. I try and make things like that occur, like Hasbro's, artisan toys. It's another one that started here.
I mean, while the phrase is getting a little probably old, I don't know if old-fashioned is the right term in Australia, but dingbat is a phrase that you still hear over here.
Good.
Probably not every day, but it is a very common phrase still in Australia.
Australia, still doing things right. That's right. I'm told that the lifestyle essentially consists of going on trams to brunch in Melbourne.
That is pretty much accurate. And I knew that the trams of old that were there in the 80s, they looked very, very different. And I was under the impression that they'd completely gotten rid of them and it was all these modern trams. But there is actually one, it's like a circle line goes where they still use the old ones. And we'd been in Melbourne like 2 or 3 days, and then we went to visit a different part of the city. And I was like, oh, an old tram. And I got all excited. The silly things that amuse us.
Oh, yeah. When Logan was local there, and he was helping me go around to various record shops looking for Kylie albums and stuff. We hopped on the tram, and of course I start pulling out my wallet. And he's like, oh, no, it's free. And I'm like, well, isn't that a nice novel approach? Like, does that make sense?
Australia is a pretty damn fine country. And yes, when you're traveling, if you travel outside of the central business district, you have to start paying for the tram then. But when you stay inside the CBD, trams are free because they don't want people drink driving. And it's just, public transportation. It's, the best city in Australia for it. Pretty much every other city in Australia has terrible public transportation, but because they don't have trams.
Trams are a really good idea, and they're very, very helpful for traffic congestion, and you don't need parking and all that kind of stuff. I mean, it just makes more sense. But try telling cities in this country that. How much driving we always do when you're here, and it would be the same way if you weren't here. I'm not saying that you make us do more driving. It's just you've seen the reality. It's crazy.
Everything is very, very spread out. There isn't public transport. You've got to get in your car, get down the highway, and
Henrik is saying that if either of us finds a really good deal on a USS Flag and brings it to him in Sweden, he'll pay for everything and take us to the annual Star Wars convention in Gothenburg.
What part of Sweden are you in, Henrik? I've been to Sweden before. Beautiful country. Damn cold in January and February, but
true. But as somebody else said in the chat, Michael, he said Michael's got the Hoth Luke outfit. I could probably just swing that if it was winter. No, I have actual winter clothes. I got an Irvin jacket, which Tony knows what that is. So, let's see. Okay. Let's see. There were someone saying that there were 2 righteous indignation variants made by Hasbro, smaller with a focus on. It sparked the something. I don't know what the something is. I can't see the rest, George, but I'll take your word for it. That's interesting.
I think he ran out of characters to use. He's probably following up with a comment.
Yeah, I just know that the big one was never made for the action figures. Thank you for broadcasting today. You're very welcome. It's a very nice tradition. I hope it continues. Yes, absolutely continues. This is what, year 12 of this? It may be year 11, because I can't remember if we really did start it the very first year, but I'm pretty sure we did. I feel like we did, but it might have started in 2013. But if it didn't happen in the very first year, it happened on the second one. I'll put it that way. So what you vaping on, Tony?
Strawberry watermelon. That's my flavor of choice.
Nice. All right. Brendan says, we had trams in Brisbane until late 60s. Council got an American transportation expert in for advice. He recommended more roads, get rid of trams. Now we have massive transport issues and no trams. Yeah, that sounds about right. Gothenburg, Sweden, second largest city and located beautifully on the west coast.
Nice.
I got to get some WD-40 or some grease for this chair. It's just popping all the time. But that's what should have been happening in Return of the Jedi. Every time the Emperor turned around to eat. Okay. All right. Next one. So here I have a little parcel here from Vache and Samantha.
Oh.
So I'll open that up real quick. I've got something for you. A letter. Quick, shout out in the comments what that quote is from. Okay. Merry Christmas. Wishing you love and joy this season. Michael, Samantha, and I really had a wonderful time at Dallas-Fort Worth with you, Melinda, and the gang. I think what they mean is Joe Lanta, because we weren't able to make it to Dallas-Fort Worth, but these shows run together. We always look forward to making great memories. Here's a small token of our friendship and genuine love and respect to you both. Have a very Merry Christmas, and we can't wait for next year. Love, Vache and Samantha. Well, thank you both. And what is in here? Uh-oh, the best gifts come in small packages. Oh, and I wasn't wrong. Hey, Melinda, they've updated your Lego minifig. So Melinda is now, she's now got the blonde hair, and she comes with
nice.
her lightsaber. And then they were kind enough to get me a... they gave me an Indiana Jones fig with a custom Michael Smirk face. Or not custom, but a appropriate Michael Smirk face. Like, what the hell? What is it? I will cherish that. Ah, thank you so much. He even comes with a sword. That is awesome. Thank you. What was your Tony? What did you? I know we've already kind of talked about this, but there had to have been a little pile of swag. Like, what if anything, did you get this year that you were really excited about?
So we all, my son's now, he turned 18 this year. He graduated from high school in September. He's starting an apprenticeship next year as an electrician. I'm very proud of him he managed to get that on his own merits. And but in the interim, because that doesn't start till February, I got him a job with a company that I work with. So he's been earning some very good money. So he was like, I want to buy you guys presents this year. And so me, my wife, and my son, we all sat down and we pretty much bought each other stuff that we needed for our trip to Japan, because we don't have a lot of cold weather clothing and stuff like that. And for me, for the trip in Japan, I wanted a new external hard drive for my laptop for downloading all the footage I'm going to record, and a power bank. So two very usable, functional things. I didn't need toys because I kind of got a lot this year already.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So we were all kind of helping each other out with that kind of thing. So
how much material were you lacking, meaning like physical material that you had to acquire to do that dedicated ceremonials video that you just did? Any, or did you already have it all at your fingertips?
What do you mean, the B-roll? Or
oh no, I mean, did you have to buy anything else before you did it, or did you already have all of them to shoot B-roll with?
So I had all of the figures, and I have two of the Blues and Royals and one of the lifeguards.
Right.
But only two of them had the breastplate armor, and I've wanted to do that for a while, is get the set of breastplate armor for the other one. So that was about the only piece that I picked up, which came in the small box, the parade accoutrement set. And I got that box because it's a box that you don't have to break the seal to get it open and take the items out.
Right.
I didn't feel like I was damaging a minting package.
Absolutely.
So yeah, that was the only item I needed. I had every and the dress Royal Marine. I didn't pick that up for the video, but that was a gap in my collection that I probably only closed about 12 months ago.
Oh wow. Okay.
If I hadn't have picked that up, I would have needed to go and get that. So
sure. Well, again, like, isn't that the temptation where? And first of all, Keith, happy Christmas, Merry Christmas to you as well. Thanks for dropping in. I know you've probably got a busy day and everything like that, but I'm glad to see you. I'm glad you're here. And I hope you've had a really great Christmas, sir. I imagine that's always been the temptation for me, where even if I've already got that stuff laying around and I've already done something where some of them have been in a video several times over the years, I have enough of it to represent it whenever I need it for a different video, something like that. When I ever get around to doing that video that's maybe dedicated or focused on whatever that is, I go, well, I'm only missing 3 components. If I could just then, and so that's why I wanted to ask, because the temptation is always really high when it comes to that kind of thing. Let's see. Oh, Tim Hayes is here. I didn't see Tim Hayes until just now. Good to see you, Tim. Wow, Largo's Lair is here. I haven't seen Largo around in a dog's age.
Yeah.
So hope you're doing well, sir. Hope you're doing well. Now let's see. Okay. Tony, have you heard of Order of the Crimson Moon, third-party 6-inch Red Shadows revival? Look on Kapow Toys.
I'm familiar with the name, and I know, like, I've seen images on Facebook, but I haven't taken much time to study them, so my memory's drawing a bit of a. It's like, yes, I know I'm kind of familiar, but I can't picture them in my head at the moment.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you for the kind words. Just want to say Merry Christmas to 2 of the best YouTube channels ever. Well, the one on the right is one of the best YouTube channels ever. The one on the left gives you Keijo takedown videos for Christmas. So I mean, You know, your mileage could very well vary.
The one on the left is my all-time favorite YouTube. I wouldn't even be doing YouTube if I hadn't have discovered RetroBlasting. This is how much YouTube sucks. I didn't discover you until you were in your 4th year, and I'm someone who regularly would go on YouTube and
right.
search terms like vintage toy collection and yeah, and then one day it was the Real Ghostbusters Part 2 video popped up, and I was immediately hooked.
Well, you were so kind to send that original email saying I've decided to start, you know, a YouTube channel, and you were like, I've kind of taken some inspiration from you. I directed and produced the Action Man documentary and all that kind of stuff. And it's funny because when you send somebody a message like that who's also somebody who studied film, you can really appreciate not only the fact that it was like, well, of course this guy's trained, because only a person who's trained like this has the decorum to send the other person the message, you know, like you did. But what was wonderful about it is that I found a channel, thank goodness, because of that message you sent me, because I didn't know about your channel till you sent me the email. So it was like, now I had a channel that I could go to and go, finally, there's a channel out there that does the videos about pop culture the way I've been wanting to watch them. You know, that he has a filmmaking sensibility like I do. He has a screenwriting sensibility like I do. He actually puts his thoughts down on paper before he turns the camera on. You know, like
not always.
Well, no, not always. Look, there's nothing wrong with variety. But your flagship videos and most of your supplemental catalog, like mine, are scripted pieces. Like they're scripted.
The vast majority, yes.
Yeah. Or they're videos where we pulled, you know, our proverbial hair out saying it without a script and then edited it to make it sound like it was scripted in the final product. I've done that a few times. I ain't going to tell anybody which videos those are, but I did it. Tony can tell. I bet you Tony can tell. I bet you can tell when I've done a video and you're like, I don't think Michael scripted that, but he
most of the time I do. There was one recently where I messaged you and I was like, I genuinely can't tell if this was scripted or not, because there was a very long segment of you talking directly into the camera, and it turned out that it was an unscripted video, but you'd spoken so well. I wish I could remember which one it was. It's in the last 2 months.
That's when I have the mirror of myself with a gun to my own head going, you better make this sound good. And it's just like me recording, just like, yeah. Thank you, Tim. That's very kind, sir. That's very kind. Let's see. He has. Absolutely
you,
so.
I think you're the bee's knees as well, Melinda.
I didn't discover RetroBlasting until 2020, and hot guys talking about 80s, 90s popular media was everything I watched. The algorithm really let me down. Oh, I'm gonna come back to this on the replay, screenshot this and frame it. That is hilarious. Let's see. Oh yeah, Wilson, you've probably been here since the beginning, man. You've probably been here since way into the beginning.
Yeah.
Yes, the TMNT retrospective. Oh, this is a good topic to bring up on our Christmas stream. I think Tony might have some thoughts about this. So, collector cultures. You have your Action Man collector culture, your 12-inch GI Joe culture versus your 3 3/4-inch Real American Hero GI Joe culture. You got your modern collector cultures like Classified and Black Series and all that kind of stuff. Do you think there's a collector culture around TMNT?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I often find, and it must be generational, that TMNT collectors are also quite often like huge Keaton Batman collectors. And I know they kind of happened right around the same time, so that makes sense. But it's like TMNT Batman people. And when I say Batman, I mean Keaton Batman forward. You and I, we grew up with blue and gray Batman first. I like Keaton. I like his work, but I'm not like a Keaton Batman like crazy person. You know what I mean? I've often been very intrigued by the TMNT Burton pocket of toy collectors. They seem to have a completely different look at the world. They'll stare at food fighters as viable collectibles while I'm looking at the Space 1999 Eagle as an example.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's kind of wild. It's this whole thing of they loved the anthropomorphized animal thing to such a degree
Yes.
that they didn't mind if the animals weren't animals. They could be freaking chocolate chip biscuits, and they'd be like, cool, you know. And it's like, okay. Like as an example, to me, biker mice from Mars will always be clearance bin fodder. Like it'll
Yeah.
always just be those toys that never sold at toy stores. Like they were marked down 20 times. And now I'm starting to find out that some toy companies have bought licenses to that and they're reissuing those toys, those characters.
Yep.
And I'm trying to figure out who cares. Like I understand Ninja Turtles popularity. I understand Batman popularity. I understand how that bled over into Power Rangers. Power Rangers is very popular. Like I get all that. Like it wasn't my generation, but I was aware that it was popular at the time, right? But like Biker Mice from Mars was never popular. Ever.
No.
Food Fighters was never popular.
Even the concept of the cartoon, and even specifically the title of the cartoon, it's directly trying to ride on the coattails of the success of TMNT. It didn't do a very good job. And then you have like Street Shark. You know how valuable Street Sharks are now?
Oh, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely insane.
But they're valuable because no one gave a crap about them, so they didn't make that many.
Right.
Yeah, it is very much a generational thing. Because for me, I remember going to see the first Burton Batman in the cinema. It was the first time I went to the cinema to watch a movie more than once. And I went 3 times in 1989.
Right.
But I was 12 turning 13. I appreciated the toys from a distance, but I never asked for any because I was 12 turning 13. I was getting out of toys. So, but from that point on, the toy collectors who were younger than me at that time, 4, 5, 6, 7, it's completely changed the aesthetic of what they think a good toy is. It's not about articulation or even accuracy. It's about wacky, colorful designs. And
yes. Yeah. It is a totally different kind of thing where we, as a generation of kids, we really liked the kind of like the scaled detail and accuracy of, the Falcon has all the texturing on the top and all the greeblies and Luke's Bespin, figure has a lightsaber sculpted onto his belt and, all that kind of stuff. And G.I. Joes were the same way there for a long time for us, where it was like, oh, I love the fact that, they've got the pouches molded onto their legs and they've got the harnesses and stuff. And you're right. Now, and then it moved into, I shouldn't say now, then it then moved into this whole world of, Barnyard Commandos and Madballs and all kinds of stuff. And you're like, wow, like how the times have changed. Moon Knight says, I discovered analog toys first while looking up some restoration basics. First RB video was either a G.I. Joe restoration or Superpowers. Keith Holmesley says, I'm very hopeful for the new Gun DC universe. Love that they decided to include Crypto. Again, like I said in my video, I'm very hopeful that the movie is balanced, and I hope there's enough Superman in a movie that seems to be packed with a lot of different characters, but it certainly looks more watchable. It certainly looks more like something I'll take a chance on. I'm very happy that the Snyderverse is over. I was not a fan of it from day one. So yeah, I have nothing but hope for this film, but I'm going to reserve judgment. I'm not going to get myself hyped until I see it in theaters. So, because I am not a hype influencer. I won't do that. Let's see. As a child, my adventure people were constantly menaced by the invading Micronauts. They'd be trying to go camping, and bang, here's a Croyer.
Yeah.
I'm in that TMNT 89 Batman demographic. I don't have any interest in Biker Mice from Mars or Food Fighters, but I do love me some 1990 Playmates Dick Tracy. And that, sir, is because you've always been a man of culture. I too love the Dick Tracy figures, as goofy as they are. I also have an affinity for the very, like, admittedly, like, yes, it was a do it on the cheap toy line. They left out some key elements that guaranteed it wasn't going to fly for long in toy aisles. But Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, that line was so close to greatness. It was so close. Like, it had everything. What a shame. I will eventually do a video on that in 2028. I don't know.
And Playmate Star Trek and Batman the Animated
And
Series,
Batman the Animated
Transformers
Series,
collaboration with Live
yes. Gotta finish that Terrordrome. Gotta do the Transformers with the. Meanwhile, I'm making videos about Keijo. Like, we do what's like. Okay, so I'm not gonna make this is a Christmas hangout, but when I think of a question for Tony, I'm gonna ask him. So, in that spirit, Tony, when you, because you're a script writer and everything like that, like myself, I know that you have more ideas than you have time to make all the videos. Like, you're always coming up with ideas. So would it be accurate to say, and again, I'm speaking for myself, but I'm wondering if you mirror this in any way, because I've told my supporters and my patrons this a lot. It's not when I come up with an idea that I'm excited about that I'm only excited about it for 5 minutes. I'm excited about it until it gets done.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes those things take longer to manifest than I would have intended. And so the next thing I know, it's like, yeah, the can got kicked down the road and I start making other stuff. But it's not because I ever let go of the other idea. Like, the other idea is not forgotten. It's still in play. Yep. And I didn't know if that's the same way with you. Like,
it very much is so. Like, I keep a Google Doc list of future video ideas. Many of them will probably never get made. Some of them are definitely going to get made. It's a big list. It's pages long.
Yep.
And there's one particular project that I started writing the script for probably 18 months or 2 years ago, and I've gone a long way through that process. And I know what I want to say. I'm struggling in my head of how I'm going to visualize a lot of it. And it is about the concept of the golden age of action figures. Based around, I hear a lot of modern toy collectors saying that we're living in the golden age right now, and I strongly disagree with that sentiment. So yeah, I've written a lot of this script, and it's something that I'm excited about. I think it's an important piece of pop culture commentary to get out in the toy space. I just don't know how to quite pull it all together and get it out there. And then I move on and I do a video about Oscar Goldman's office.
Exactly. Like, that's exactly where I was kind of at. Like, I've people ask me all the time, like, when's Batman Animated coming out, and when are you doing the final part of the Terrordrome restoration, and all these kind of things. And then they see me come out with a video about repro Robin Hood Migos, and it's like, well, and it's like, you got to understand, like, that video took 72 hours or less to turn around. Like, it took 48 hours or less. Like, it was a very quick turnaround on that video. Just boom, and it was because, the last one kind of made itself available, showed up, and then suddenly I could do a video about it while I was still rolling on getting Rogue One script finished. It was that kind of thing. And it's hard to make people understand that, like, something like Batman Animated Series is a big ask, because you're talking about 4 seasons of a television show, and then you're talking about, the toy line and everything. And sometimes things end up getting automatically backburnered while you're working on other stuff. I've got notes that have collected dust on MacGyver Part 2 for like 2.5, 3 years now, because that video didn't do well enough for me to really want to do a part 2. You know, people want Star Wars folly. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
The other thing as well that I know both of us do, we're also, YouTube is sometimes driving some of our decisions. So if your channel is having a lull in viewership or subscriber growth, and you're working on something big like you are now with Rogue One, you can't just wait. And I was working on a Star Wars video, and I was just kind of losing my motivation and enthusiasm for it. And I was finding myself thinking a lot more about the Action Man Ceremonials video.
Yeah.
Like, but that's a much bigger video. It's going to take me a long time to make. But then, fortunately, at that particular time, my video from Lobos was doing very well in the algorithm.
Yep.
And a couple of older videos had received a bit of a boost. And I'm like, well, actually, now is the time to go and switch and do this longer project, because your channel's getting regular views, even though you haven't had content for a few weeks. So, but waiting for those opportunities are very few and far between. It's normally the other case of, oh, I need to get something else together and get it out there. And it's like I always worry, you know, when I'm going to Japan for 2.5 weeks, I'm going to try and edit videos when I'm there, but I also want to enjoy my holiday.
Exactly.
So if I wait until I get back to Australia to do it, there might not be an Analog Toys video in January 2025, and I don't want that to be the case. But
absolutely,
you're just trying to spin all of these plates, and trying to make the best decisions that you can for your audience and your channel. So
yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that I get one more video out before the new year. Like, I'm trying to get one more video out before the new year. It won't be Rogue One. Rogue One is going to be the big January push. It's going to be, it might be February before it finally gets truly finished. But that script is at 62 pages and it's still going. But V. Connolly, thank you so much. I just opened your parcel here on camera, so I hope you and Samantha saw it. Thank you for the kind gift. Cannot wait to put these on display. But Merry Christmas to you all, and hope you're having a great day. But yeah, Ben Parker asks, Golden Age, do you think franchise licensing has killed creativity in the modern era? I remember the wild ideas from the 80s and 90s, like Lego Space and Castle, and then things switched. So in his question is definitely centered on Lego becoming more of a licensing IP toy company now than its original ideas. But I think it can apply to a lot of other like Hasbro. What do you think about that, Tony?
Going back to what you're talking about with Biker Mice from Mars, there is a toy company out there doing that, and I'm like, there are very few new ideas around these days in all mediums of pop culture, not just in toys.
Right.
I've seen it in, there's not a lot of original movie ideas that come out, and they typically be the ones that I like to latch on to. Sisu was Sisu last year. That was like my favorite movie of the year.
Last year,
It wasn't another comic book movie or any Star Wars content, Disney Plus and all that kind of thing. So I do think it is what it has done in the toy space has made toys more for adults these days than children.
Right.
Kids are getting into toys less and less because of digital technology and gaming and all of that kind of thing. But yeah, when you're and even with Lego, when the majority of the concepts are based around franchises from our childhoods,
right?
I don't know how you're going to get young kids into it. So
exactly, especially if you don't keep superheroes evergreen for young kids. Like if you keep aging those superheroes up to the point of edgelording, then that's also keeping them out of that as well. I am still into Space Lego when a new set occurs. So like Minerva, again, I can't be guaranteed YouTube showed you this, but I did a whole review on the new Galaxy Explorer. So like the one that came out for the 90th anniversary. So check that out if you haven't seen it. But yes, I do like Space Lego a lot. My Lego purchasing trends tend to be in custom mocks, make your own creation, and also anything Indiana Jones. I'm trying to kind of world build Indiana Jones through Lego because every toy company has failed us in that regard. Oh, Damn Fool Idealistic Crusader is here. I made it to the stream. Thank you for being here. And fully commiserate about trying to finish bigger videos and then getting behind. Yeah, and especially in your case, when you're doing those deep dives into all the different masters and remasters of various movies on home video, I assume you've got to keep your outline like right in front of you for those videos. I don't know how you keep all that in your head when you're going, because it seems like you just like set up your stuff behind you and then you just go, which is super impressive. But I have to believe you've got some notes that you follow, because the information that you pack in is immense. Which reminds me, I just watched your video about, wasn't the Bond films, or was it the Bond films? No. It wasn't the Bond films. It wasn't the James Cameron stuff, which I've also just watched. What was it? Either way, everybody, if you haven't checked out Damn Fool Idealistic Crusader and you like home media and home video and physical media, you should check out his latest video because he's never made a bad one. LJ Costanzo, retro and analog. While you are talking on your production experiences, do you think the podcast video YouTube space is still viable to jump into as a hobby?
I've been saying it more and more just recently, probably on Patreon messages. I think certainly in the vintage toy space, I think there is a lot of room for new channels, and I welcome that. What you need to do is have a unique point of view, try and be a unique voice. I would like to see more channels that put the same level of effort into their videos like myself and Michael do. Me and I know you said this, Michael, when you started out the channel, it's because you couldn't find the type of content you wanted to watch, so you started making it yourself. And I was very much, I'm still very much doing the same thing. I want to consume more of that content. I like all this stuff that we collect and talk about. But the one thing that LJ Costanza's comment here, where he has podcast / video, the podcasting is the pretty easy part of it. You know, the live streaming. So I mean, yeah, there's space, but trying to get a foothold in that's harder. A real way to create a space for you in this hobby is videos that stand out, and you do that through production quality and effort and that kind of thing. Right.
I mean, like, you know, Chronically Online, who does videos for his generation in the vein that Tony and I do ours. He just crossed over 1,000 subscribers like 2 days ago, which for him, given the amount of time that he's been able to put into making the videos that he's made, it's an extremely nice climb. But he makes scripted, analytical, historical, you know, deep dives with humor built in and rewatchability. You know, I've watched a number of his videos several times. And I agree with Tony. I think live streaming there's a very low barrier to entry now because of things like StreamYard, which is great for people who just need to get a live stream option going on their channel. But I think for the purposes of longevity and sort of a more robust YouTube presence, you know, that attracts more subscribers, I don't think you can just live stream. I think it needs, like, for example, so like, let's take Mahler as an example. For those of you that don't know, Mahler is a long form movie reviewer. He did a 6-hour takedown video of Doctor Strange 2. which even for me, I was like, I don't know if even I can get through this. Like it's all very valid criticism, but holy hell, it's like a marathon.
Yeah.
But my point in saying that is his videos that are that long, that are pre-scripted, pre-edited, pre-recorded, they get millions upon millions of hits. And then he also does these very, very, very long live streams that are also very popular and have a lot of subscribers. But it's almost like he wouldn't have been on the map to do the live streaming he does with a fraction of his larger audience if he hadn't done and continues to do these scripted pre-recorded videos. I think that's still where the value of YouTube is in those. I'm not just the creator. I'm also a client. Yes, Keith, I have seen the Darth Vader Millennium Falcon. Interesting idea. Hope it's successful for Lego. I don't really know. It doesn't interest me. There were a ton of them at Walmart the other day. I didn't pick one up.
What is a Darth Vader Millennium Falcon?
It's the Millennium Falcon in all black Lego, and all the windows and stuff are like transparent red. Yeah, they're doing some funny sort of like Star Wars alternate realities kind of toys. And
sounds like they're running out of ideas.
Yes, that. How many videos did Michael have in the queue before we went to England? I think it was 5. Mm-hmm. It was 5 or 6 that I had to wasn't my finest hour, but I had to keep the channel alive for 2 weeks while I was out of pocket. So, let's see. I have to give credit to John Wick as something that's now extremely recognizable in the mainstream. Can't think of any other examples from the last, say, 20 years. Well, if you're going back 20 years, then Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, things like that are in play. Marvel kicked off within the last 20 years as a film IP. Let's see. What do you guys think of the 7-inch Double Dragon action figures that are now available? Wasn't aware of them. Tony, did you know about these?
No, I literally went to go over to Google and have a look.
I'd be very curious to see them flash. I'm a big fan of the old arcade game. But those are going to pile up alongside the Storm Collectibles Golden Axe figures I still desperately want but haven't bought. I did get Cammy and Chun-Li from the Jada Toys Street Fighter 2, but that's going to be it for me. I don't want the rest of the line. I just want those 2 characters. He says, Damn Fool Idealistic Crusader says, I actually do have it all in my head. Wow. If it's a longer home video history, I jot down the order of releases first. Okay. So you do take some notes. All right. That makes me feel a little better. You're welcome. We need to use underutilized IPs, or hear me out, need more independent or web produced media, not under Hollywood. Well, yeah, I would take the latter for sure.
Yeah.
Jason says the other issue with Hollywood is money, as in the people who control the budgets for projects have unrealistic demands for profit. Everything has to be made for everyone so it can make all the money. Yeah, which never works really well. Always, Sam, Longman was mentioned. That's right. Melinda says, Mahler is my jam.
Yeah,
that's true. Which is why YouTube has such promise buried in its corporate BS. It presents a window for people to just create what they want for the audience they want. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, I know. And again, I don't have a problem with Lego doing that. It's fine. If they want to do like flipped worlds or whatever, that's cool. It's just not something I want to spend my money on. I was disappointed that Venom never got intertwined with MCU Spider-Man. It was being set up, but no payoff. Well, right, because, Sony doesn't really know how to manage its Marvel properties. So what is the hardest part of the process of making videos for each of you? Ooh, okay.
Writing the script.
Writing the script? Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting. See, if we just lived in each other's backyards. See, my favorite part is writing the script. After I write the script, I feel like I'm done and I don't really want to do the real work. I would happily sit there and you dictate, and I'll write your script all day and workshop it with you and everything. And then I'd help you with the filming and everything like that, but I'd be like, your hands, meaning you call the shots, literally. And then we'd like switch hit. And I'd be like the guy who bring you a script and be like, Tony, I need your help filming this. Can you help me? I'll do the work, but I need to, and yeah, that'd be great.
See, yes, my favorite part is the edit. I really enjoy editing videos, seeing all of your hard work come together, and sometimes it looks better than you imagine, sometimes it doesn't.
Well, in your case, sometimes it looks better than you imagined. In your case. In my case, it's like, oh, I just hope it doesn't look shit. Like, oh, thank God, like it's passable. It's fine. Whatever.
I will say the other hardest part of the process, and I'm sure Michael can relate to this as well, when you've done a big video and you're filming a lot of B-roll, the famous British uniforms, I think, had 207 B-roll shots. Is cleaning up the studio afterwards.
Yes.
Putting everything back where it belonged, and it was a mess in here. The hardest part of making the process for me is the shooting of the videos, which I want to be clear, Tony's videos are so pretty, and they look so good that you would think that I wouldn't have a leg to stand on saying that when Tony puts in all of that work. But the reason that Tony puts in all of that work is because he has fun doing the shooting, right? So he's able to really stretch himself there, right? When you don't like getting behind the camera and doing all that stuff, it can be everything to just get something slightly above average in terms of what a normal YouTube video would be. It's very exciting for me to be able to say, write a script where I know I'm not going to have to shoot anything. Like the Rogue One video, for example, it's all me just autopsying the media. But again, I think I've suggested this to you once before. I'm not sure. It would be a really fun exercise, maybe next year or whatever. Just take a small video, a 5 to 8 minute kind of thing.
Right.
You send me a script with no notes, and I will film and edit using your script and vice versa, and we'll see what the end product comes out like.
But see, then you'd be like, then what would happen is you would go, I had to literally kick my own ass to write that script, and Michael then delivers this, but no, I'd happily do it as an exercise. You want to do it with like a 5-pager or something like that? Yeah, that'd be fun. I'd be all over that. Yes, but MacGyver Part 2 is still on the way, Ravaging. It's not over. I want to finish out the trilogy of videos. I just have to get the channel into a place where I feel like I can then take the obvious risk on doing that to finish all that out. The other thing I've always wanted to do, Tony, and I don't know if you've ever thought about this. I've often been curious, but I've never done it because I've ultimately my brain tells me it would be a waste of time. Taking a script that I've already filmed years ago and doing it again to see how it would compare to my efforts from before. Or if I don't do that, taking all the footage from a video I did years ago and just building it again from scratch and seeing how differently it turns out with additional skills and polish, color correction. And obviously it would be a video from like the first 3 years of the channel. I wouldn't go back 2 years and do it. It would be something really.
I sort of feel like I had a bit of an experiment like that this year, because in the first year of the channel, I did a history of Galoob 18 toys, which was a kind of a brief overview. It wasn't every single toy, And then, of course, this year I did an in-depth look at the 3 3/4 inch range, every single toy, and it was an opportunity for me to really go back and I've now actually unlisted the original video because the audio was so bad on that. I didn't have a good microphone back then and that kind of thing. And yeah, just seeing how 8 years on YouTube has changed my editing skills and style and all of that stuff. It's I can't watch the old stuff anymore sometimes.
Oh, I can't. Yeah, I can't either. I want to delete my hovercraft video so bad. That's the one I really just want to go. Is that first hovercraft video?
The new series that was going to be called Plastic Fantastic.
Yep. And I think I did a few entries in that were, but I just want that video to die so that I can just make it again. Like I just want to make, because it's, you're figuring things out early on, and trying to. YouTube was a different place 12 years ago. I mean, it was, let's see. I got a comment here from LJ Costanzo. Making a go at Thundercats Redux? Yes, but guess what? Thundercats Redux is already in the script writing process. I've almost finished watching the whole show. I've taken notes on every episode. And next year is the 40th anniversary of Thundercats. So my 7-year delay will pay off at some point. I know that's really, you guys need to bring in interns to do the cleanup after you finish filming. Yeah. We're glad you're here, BJ, and thanks for always just being there and supporting us, with your enthusiasm and everything, and just also always saying hi at DragonCon. It's always great to run into you. Let's see. When you worked in journalism, what was the best story article you wrote? I wouldn't pick one in particular, but I would say that all the ones that I did interviewing veterans, military veterans, because this won't surprise you. Most people in general, and then those people end up being in modern journalism, they don't know anything about anything. They're real bad about that. So when they found out that I actually knew stuff about history and the military and I could talk to people on that level, the first thing they did was they made me the correspondent for Lockheed, which was literally right over the hill, the Georgia Lockheed plant that builds. They were building the F-22 Raptor there, and they were building C-130s, which they still do at that plant. So I was made the correspondent for that, or their liaison with the newspaper. And then I also got all the assignments to interview all the war veterans. And so a lot of World War II was in there, but I also got to interview, a German World War II veteran who came to visit from Germany. He was a friend of the mayor. I got to interview a Spanish Civil War veteran, which was wild because that was like, 1930s Spanish Civil War. I got to interview a number of guys from World War II, of course, the American side. I got to interview Korea War veterans and Vietnam veterans. And of course, I was interviewing people coming back from Iraq and Afghanistan at the time. So that body of work is probably what I would say is the stuff I'm most proud of working on at the newspaper. So, yeah. Yep. Okay. Thank you, World Made of Cardboard. Michael, did you destroy the Indiana Jones video game after the recent live stream? That's the problem with the internet and digital-based products. It's a ghost in the machine. You can't kill something that's already in your Steam library. It just sits there laughing at you. There's no disc to break. Like this game is really good, but if it had stunk as a kid, I could have thrown it out of a 20-story window. I could have stepped on it, hit it with a hammer. I'm not going to hit.
I've never been much of a gamer. There's been the odd game over the years that I really got into and played. For me, I can't remember if it was PlayStation 1 or 2, but Siphon Filter was a and one of the things I liked about that is it wasn't a first-person shooter; it was a third-person shooter, so you could see the character. which is
Uh-huh.
what they should have done with Great Circle.
Right.
But one game that I do really remember from my early teens is we had an Amiga and we had Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade.
Uh-huh.
Now, I don't know if that game was available on other platforms or not. But man, I remember the first level of that game was young Indy on the top of the train, the
Yep.
circus train. Damn, that was hard.
Oh, yeah.
You can get past that level.
Oh, yeah. That game is notoriously difficult. Like, it's like there are rage videos about that game. Like,
Okay.
you can read, dude, like that game on Nintendo at the time, they got a port of that game, a version of that game from a company called Ubisoft. Ubisoft did the cartridge for Nintendo. When you saw still screenshots, you thought, oh, well, that's the Indiana Jones game I want. That looks like an Indiana Jones game. Then the stories started to come out. And so then Taito came out with another Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade for Nintendo, a totally different game. And while it wasn't a great game, it's the one I ended up with because I had learned enough about that other Indiana Jones Last Crusade game to be like, You know, I stayed away from it. The ultimate Last Crusade game is the point and click adventure that was on PC, Commodore 64, and Amiga. One where you kind of very, very involved, generally going through the plot of the film, but with a lot of extensions and stuff. And you know how those point and click adventures worked.
Yeah.
It was, which then Fate of Atlantis was kind of its natural sequel. I don't blame you for having bad memories for that game. That game was a pariah. Like, that game was rage inducing. Like, you know,
I always remember my favorite game on the Amiga. I think I used to play Street Fighter or Street Fighter 2 on the Amiga. That was good. But there was this game called Gods Into the Wonderful, and I loved that game. I played that thing to death. And one of my memories, though, of the Amiga, like I would have been in my first and second year of high school when we had an Amiga in our home, was that no one bought games. You just copied. Like we just had the old floppy disk rack, and my memory is that I was just always able to get pirated copies of games. I don't know how Amiga ever made any money.
I had a friend who had Amiga in the UK when I lived there, and I loved playing on his Amiga. Like, it was the coolest system. It was really awesome. I wished I'd had one. I never did. I always just had Nintendo and then Super Nintendo, and before that, Vectrex. That's all. Then I finally graduated to a PC sometime in the mid '90s. Zantara here says, "Merry Christmas to Michael, Tony, and you all. Been listening to this from the start, but having a hard time with Mom. Probably her last Christmas in my childhood home. Going to cook Mexican food for her now." Well, first of all, I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm glad that you're with her, and I hope the meal is good. And we're always here, both on the replay, and who knows, we might even be here when you get done. So, Zantara, I hope you have a relaxing end of your Christmas evening. I really do.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Both of your channels would truly benefit from thumbnails drawn by Mike Honcho. Is that some sort of AI thing?
No. You know, Bobby Valor, before he was a toy designer, was doing comics, and he broke into the industry doing
I am now
comics.
Yes. I'm now up to speed. Yeah.
I can't remember if that was his pseudonym as an artist or whether that was the comic title that he worked on, but it's related to Bobby's history in pornographic comic books.
Right. Well, I would be open to that, except for the fact that I'd be churning out more videos than he'd have time to create stuff for me. And also all my profits would end up going to pay the artist.
Yeah.
Be like, let's see. All my profits, more like all my barely in the black. Let's see. If War Stories continues, I want to ask if you'll consider doing one of the Japanese war films or films focusing on the Japanese side. I'm curious to hear about your take on them. Look, Tony and Master Son and I aren't opposed to coming back to doing more war stories. It's mostly probably on me trying to get my feet under me this year with some of the things YouTube has done in the background. But I was actually just looking the other day at dusting off Masters of the Air and getting that refamiliarized so that I could set up a time. But I also just got a number of other movies that. So as an example, every time I get war films, I think about, I got to get war stories restarted. So like for Christmas, I got Hell is for Heroes with Steve McQueen, the World War II film. I just picked up Bridges at Toko Ri with William Holden. But also to your point, Moon Knight, I think I got him right here. Even though this isn't World War II, Samurai Trilogy, like I just picked that up on Blu-ray. The 4K from the British Film Institute of Seven Samurai. Yeah, that's another one I picked up. So yeah, I'm not opposed to watching a film from the Japanese point of view about the military. We never restricted ourselves to what side or the other. In fact, I believe Cross of Iron was on our list to eventually do at some point.
Yeah, because we really wanted to piss the audience off.
Right, exactly right. I would have just worn a T-shirt that says "I'm just here for James Coburn." Like that's all I would have said. We're coming back around. Says here, was Pitfall for Atari an intentional indie ripoff? I don't think so, but the music was a little indie-ish, so it might have been. I haven't played The Great Circle yet, but sadly, most indie games of the past are terrible. The two pinball machines, Fate of Atlantis and Temple of Doom Arcade, are the highlights. Yes, that's accurate, but I will throw in there that the Last Crusade PC adventure game, which is the precursor to the Fate of Atlantis adventure game, because remember, Fate of Atlantis also had an action game, which sucked. So the Last Crusade adventure game is good. I don't hate Infernal Machine, and I don't hate Emperor's Tomb. I don't think they're like the greatest of all. My favorites are the same ones you just mentioned: Temple of Doom Arcade, Fate of Atlantis, and the 1994 Williams pinball machine. I could care less about the 2008 pinball machine. So yeah, Staff of Kings sucks. Great Circle, beautiful but boring, like so many people we've dated in the past. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle is laughing at Michael because he can never completely be rid of that bloody game. Not yet. I'm gonna have to start over at some point because I realized they say online these websites like Kotaku and Game Rant or whatever they're called. They all say things like, "Oh, the best way to play the game is like an Indiana Jones movie. Don't concern yourself with the side quests. Just kind of go through it, and that way you'll have the Indiana Jones adventure." It's like, yeah, but doing that is what got me in trouble now where I am to begin with, where I'm going to have to start the whole game over. Jackhole. That's
when he's in stealth mode, he's crawling around on the floor with his finger, like he's looking for his blood pressure pills that he dropped.
Yeah. It's like, what is this creepy shit? Like, yeah, there were two Last Crusade games in general: the action game and not the point and click adventure. Okay, so the point and click adventure then was only on Commodore 64 and PC, is what we're saying. All right, fair enough. Thanks, Tim. I appreciate that. Some artists work for free. All they ask is a soul. Doesn't have to be yours. Just say. Let's see. Merry Christmas to you both. Hey, Raymond, good to see you. Thank you for this gift of a live stream on Christmas Day. It's always fun to see you both. I hope both boxes I sent arrived okay. Oh, I need to check my P.O. box for that. I'll check them tomorrow and let you know. I don't have them with me here right now, is what I'm saying, but I'm sure they're fine. I'm sure they're at the PO box. I'll check them. I'll check them soon. Let's see. Do you ever plan to watch Dalos by Mamoru Oshii? I can. I haven't. I don't know what it is, but I will. Thank you for another year. Thank you both for another year of intelligent entertainment.
Thank you.
You know what, Zantara? Your mercy knows no limits. You said that out loud just now, knowing what my last video was. And that means that you have class despite what I have done. Thank you. Really, thank you. Tony's Christmas video was classy and intelligent. Mine was not. And you know that. And you said it anyway. And I love you for it. Thank you. Let's see. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I do care less. You're right. You caught me there. I do care less. Yeah. Or couldn't. Could. You know what I meant. You know what I meant. I beat the Indiana Jones game for the Sega Genesis Mega Drive. It was awful. I played while drunk. That sounds about right.
Yep.
That's how one plays those games. They weren't most, when you really break it down, most video games from back in the day weren't any good. Even now, most of them aren't any good. Writ large, 80% of video games aren't any good. And yet some people are gamers and they just have to clear them all. The rest of us ignore most video games and we just amass large basements full of toys. That's what we do.
You can say the same thing about modern cinema, I think.
Yes, you can. By the way, did you ever see, speaking of modern cinema, did you ever end up seeing Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare?
I did. Mm-hmm. I did, yes.
I mean, I
enjoyed the heck out of it.
I did too. I loved it. I absolutely loved it. I wasn't like, I own it now on 4K in my movie library. I don't think it was intended to give me the same reaction as, say, Sisu was. Sisu is a totally unique experience, but I really did enjoy that. I can't wait to sit down and watch it again. I haven't seen it since the theater, but I got the disc. I'm looking for something like Come and See with Stalingrad. I don't think it's been made. Melinda, that's sick, is what that is. You are sick. Have we told you about Come and See?
I'm very familiar with the film.
Oh, okay.
I have never actually watched it, but I've known about this. It appears on a lot of lists of, you know, the best war movies ever made, and people say it's this visceral, disturbing viewing experience, which weirdly, knowing what I'm like, means I'm amazed that I haven't sought this out and actually watched it.
Right.
When people describe a film like that, I'm like, well, that's something I need to go and watch. But yeah, I haven't gotten around to watching it yet.
Okay, so let me. I'll tell you and everybody else a story about that. So I don't know if Conrad's still in the chat or not. So Melinda and Conrad, when he came to visit last year, months leading up to it, they were coming up with all of these movies that they wanted to watch together. So they made a list. And then Conrad made his recommendations. Melinda made hers. They knew they weren't going to get to all of them, but they just wanted to have a list ready to watch movies the 2 weeks he was here. And one of the movies that Melinda wrote down on the list was Come and See, which she and I had watched on DVD many years before. The DVD was still sitting in there. And my television had been on the fritz right before Conrad showed up, so I just bought a new TV that was down in the studio. And Melinda said, well, do we have Come and See? And I said, well, yeah, we have it on DVD. And she went, ugh. And she goes, well, I want to show it come down in the theater. I thought Come and See was a very good movie, but it was horrifying. I don't ever want to watch it again. It was just not horrifying in the way that you would think. Not like Private Ryan, Omaha Beach or anything like that. It's not that kind of horrifying. It's a totally different kind of messed up kind of thing, as only the Soviets could deliver, you know? So I said, okay, so you want me to find it on Blu-ray? So I found it was on Criterion Collection Blu-ray.
Mm-hmm.
So I picked it up. Criterions are not the cheapest Blu-rays, as you know, and had it sent to the house. And Conrad was there for 2 weeks, and he and Melinda watched a bunch of movies. And then I came downstairs and saw that movie was still in the shrink wrap. And I was like, what the hell? She says, oh, well, we just didn't get around to it. I'm like, yeah, I bet you didn't. Like, nobody says with any other choice they're just going to throw that in after they've already seen it, is what I mean. Like, nobody
had Conrad seen it?
No, he had not. That's why he wanted to see it. I should have said that. Each one came up with movies the other one hadn't seen that they wanted that person to see. So I was like, nobody in their right mind who's already seen Come and See, if there's anything else they haven't burned through on that list, they're going to choose that first. I don't care what it is. It could be 3 Pauly Shore movies on that list and Come and See, and you're going to pick the Pauly Shore movies, even though you don't like Pauly Shore all that much, because Come and See is such a tough experience. Like you only watch that movie if you've never seen it before. Like, it's a good movie, but yeah,
would you say it would be similar to something like, this is a movie that I think is very good, but I will never ever watch it again, and that was Requiem for a Dream.
Yes.
I never want to see that again.
Saw it once. I saw it the first time it was shown to the world. That movie was the one I threw in all my chips when I was the intern at the Cannes Film Festival, because it said Jennifer Connelly was in it. To which all the other interns looked at me and said, "Who's Jennifer Connelly?" I said, "Well, she's in The Rocketeer. She's in Dark City. She was in Labyrinth. She's great." Well, I got my red carpet ticket to see that movie because nobody else cared. So I got my tux on and I went. Was it the runaway hit of the show, the unexpected hit of the festival that year? Yes, it was shown the one time. Have I ever seen it again? No. Do I need to? No. It's all in here now. Like, I get it. Like,
Yep.
So Melinda says to you, Tony, come over and we'll watch it together.
Okay, Melinda. Next time I'm there.
Melinda and Conrad are dark as a team. Yeah. Tony's like, come and see is harrowing. I'm like, King Eric, come and see is really disturbing. It's like, yeah. Why isn't that girl from the thumbnail not here? That better be a joke.
Well, she's on your t-shirt.
Yeah, she's on my t-shirt. The girl from the thumbnail? Don't insult me. Don't insult this British person who's also living in Australia. Don't insult either of us. You better you better make it clear you actually know who that is and that this is a joke. Okay. Let's see.
Sorry, Wolfie just said, "Come and See" is like my first marriage. I haven't seen the film, and that was hilarious.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. So, open more gifts. Oh, okay. Sure. I can do that. Sure. All right. So, yeah, Come and See. If you would like, Tony, I'm happy to have a reason to open the disc, rip it, and send it to you so you can watch it as a file if you ever want to. I feel like that's an unfair thing to just send to a friend, but I feel like I've prefaced it by saying it's not a gift from me to you. It's not a recommendation from me to you. It's just, you say you've always wanted to get around to it. I can provide it for you in a beautiful format that I've never even watched because the DVD was enough for me. I've seen it, whatever. Okay. All right. This is from Evander. This parcel got a little mangled by the post office, but it looks like everything kind of held together, sort of, or they held it together, one or the other. Okay, so inside we have some books. We have Whoa, we have a 2022 French toy catalog.
Nice.
Yeah. Ooh, with this very, very creepy raptor arm puppet on the back. Look at that kid. He's like, yeah, I got my whole arm up its rear end. Yeah. All right, that's cool. And then we have here. Oh, it's another toy catalog. This is another French toy catalog. And another French. He must be sending toy catalogs for Melinda. This must be for Melinda. Because of her toy catalog thing. So these are toy catalogs from Evander. Thank you, Evander. I appreciate that very much.
I actually have something here from Evander, which unfortunately I opened not on camera.
Okay.
Since you brought him up, give me 2 seconds.
Sure. Yeah. I've never seen Come and See, but Johnny Got His Gun is one of those movies you'll only watch once too. It was the music video for Metallica's One was based on. Yep.
What I received in the mail just a few days ago. I wasn't aware of this.
Mm-hmm.
This gift to the channel was facilitated by Evander.
Right.
This beautiful new Star Wars collector book.
Oh, wow.
Are you aware of the channel Vintage Chronique? Like it's the French Star Wars channel?
Yes. Uh-huh.
This book's by him, and he wanted to send it to me, and he obviously knows Evander, so Evander provided the address, and it came with a bit. And this is a really nice book.
Wow.
The photography in here is stunning. I haven't. Yeah. It literally arrived. I think it was either Christmas Eve or the day before.
Mm-hmm.
So I haven't had a chance to really go through it. But it's a beautiful book. So thank you to Evander, and thank you to the author. I want to be able to pronounce his name properly, but I'm not very good with French.
Sacre bleu. Netter, to answer your question, I'm going to be doing a live stream because I wasn't able to get to the PO box before Christmas. So more than likely the parcel is there. I apologize that I haven't been able to pick it up or whatever. But yes, I will, unless, hold on. I know that I haven't gotten Raymond's package, his parcel, but I might have gotten yours. But hold on. Tony, just tell them a poem or a dirty limerick or something. It's right here.
So when I was up and about this morning when the stream started, but as Grace was working today, so I didn't want to jump on until she had left for work. And I was listening in, and Michael was asking the audience what was like the really cool thing that they got for Christmas. And for me, because Gracie gave me my gifts early, so the cool thing that I got Christmas Day, I honestly got to say, was pigs in blankets. If you don't know what they are, I had to make them myself because Grace was I did all the cooking for Christmas Day. It's the one day of the year when I do that. And she couldn't understand why I made so many pigs in blankets. It's like, because I want to keep eating those for the next 2 or 3 days.
Right. Yeah. Netter, don't worry about the tracking being wonky when it goes to our PO box, because it just does that, but it's there. Don't worry. I will pick everything up from the PO box tomorrow. It's part of the thing I'm going to do to not work and take a few days off. But I will be doing a live stream very soon, possibly before the new year, where I'll open the rest of the parcels. So apologies that it's not here at the moment, but I promise you it's more than likely just fine. Unfortunately, these 2 parcels are not either of yours. So sorry about that. Okay. I guess we'll do this parcel next. This is the George Aitken package. So
Which means you're pretty much guaranteed to get some candy. Oh, I
Yeah.
shouldn't have called it candy.
Oh, no, that's fine. Oh, by the
Chocolate
way,
and sweets.
did you hear the news about Cadbury?
No.
King Charles did not give Cadbury its royal seal this year for the first time since Queen Victoria issued it to Cadbury.
Why didn't he? Have they
All the news
fudged up?
media is saying that it's because he's a healthier eater and he doesn't, they're speculating it's because there's not a lot of Cadbury in the royal households right now because he doesn't eat a lot of sweets.
Mm-hmm.
I think more likely it's because, and this would be more, I think, a valid reason, that Mondelez food company out of the United States bought Cadbury like a year or two ago, or whenever it was. Maybe it's been a few years now. And so Cadbury is now held by an American company. And I'm not saying it's because they're American, but the quality of the chocolate has gone down a lot since Mondelez bought the brand.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder if it's because they're just not up to snuff anymore. Like, why would I put my royal seal on something that isn't as good as it used to be?
Yeah.
George from Glasgow here. Have a happy Xmas. Look in the cockpit. What is George sent? Do you know what this is, Tony?
I have no idea.
Oh,
no.
okay. You have no idea. Okay.
No,
I don't know.
But, if a parcel contains a cockpit, you have to look in it.
That's true. Okay, so we're gonna go like this. It's in a very sturdy shoebox. All right. Oh, you beautiful man. Speaking of Cadbury's Whispers.
Oh, one of my favorites.
Yep. Oh, George. I've always loved Scotland, but I particularly love you, sir. I really like the cheap candy that nobody else likes, but Chamalos. Chamalos. All right, and oh my God, this is awesome. I think it actually has a bite.
Oh wow.
Oh, it like lights up and everything. Oh wow, it's got 3 settings on it. He sent and speaking of ceremonials, he sent a looks like it's a magnet of one of the statues with a traffic cone on its head.
Nice.
Very ceremonial. Put that there. And then inside, ooh, broken piece of plastic. Yeah. So there's a little broken nubbin of plastic here, though. So I don't know. Hold on, I'm going to be real careful getting this out of here.
Melinda says he was hoping George sent a ceremonial dagger. Melinda's very dark today.
Say what?
Melinda wants a ceremonial dagger. What does she want to do with that?
Yeah. So he sent one of the Q-Force vehicles.
The Sea Lion, that is.
Yeah, the Sea Lion. Trying to figure out based on this little nubbin that fell off because if he's got the and he sent the accessories. So it's a little gray nubbin of plastic, which I'm not seeing anything immediately broken on the vehicle. So that's weird.
What color is the piece that came off?
It's gray. It's this little gray piece of plastic.
I don't think that's off the sea lion.
It might not be, which would be great because it looks like it's in. It looks like it's in good nick. Thank you for the okay. Oh. Wow, he even sent a keychain with the cone on the guy's head.
Oh, nice.
Okay, he also sent. See, now there's another piece of gray plastic that just fell out of nowhere. Huh. Okay, well, he sent an Action Force mini comic #1.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, yeah, I've got like 7 of those.
I have one of those, and I think mine came from George as well.
He sent me 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Nice.
Yeah. And then there is another. Oh my gosh. He sent me the custom roof piece for the Action Force and or G.I. Joe headquarters jail cell. Oh man, thank you, George. Dude, that's so nice. Thank you. So yeah, sea lion, and inside are that comes off like that, right? Like
yeah,
I didn't.
It does.
Yeah. Okay, nothing snapped, so I know I didn't break it, but holy hell. So inside we've got ourselves one of the frogmen.
Yep, so that's the vehicle driver that comes with it. I think his name is Dolphin.
Uh-huh. And then we also have the driver, well, it's Steeler in the
for the Z-Force version of the Mobat.
Which
the Z-Force battle tank.
Man, George is just like, I don't know what kind of dark deal he made with the Action Force Palatoy Devil, but boy, did he make a deal.
You know how with Palatoy Action Force, when they were taking the G.I. Joe figures, so their articulated G.I. Joe figures were packed in with the vehicles, and the colored figures were the 5 POA ones. They would typically change the names of the figures. So Scarlet became Quarrel. Snake Eyes came with the Panther. He became Stalker. But Steeler is still called Steeler for some reason. They didn't change his name. So
they clearly thought that he didn't really require a code name shift. Yours is acceptable under our current guidelines. You make the grade. Well, George, damn, dude, thank you so much. I'll make sure that gets wiped off and put together and everything. Now, there is, Tony, maybe I'm just not as familiar with it as I should be, but, and I can look up photos of this, but what typically goes on the front of this?
There are missiles that plug into.
So they're probably in here?
Yes, yep, they're blue missile.
Okay.
So a lot of those attachment points go on the side. So those 2 other pods you have there, they fit on the sides.
Yep.
And they can come off and be like little one-man underwater modules.
Uh-huh.
And there should be an antenna and a search.
Yeah. This little piece in the front. Yeah. I'll look at
so there's an activation button at the back somewhere. Or it's like a lever.
Uh-huh.
So when you push it, some grabbing claws come out of the front, and those missiles elevate at the same time.
Oh yeah. See, yeah, they go.
Yep.
Okay. Well, this is the kind of vehicle I would have bought when I was a kid because of the way the sleekness and the design. It's almost as intricate as a mask vehicle in many ways.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Woo. That was bracing. All right, so okay. Let's see. Oh, last things that I'll just talk about as far as gifts go, and then I've got nothing to show for gifts, and then you'll just have to put up with Tony and I for a little while. I got this book. for Christmas. It's called True Raiders, and it is it is a factual account of one person's search for the Ark of the Covenant back in the day. So this is the 1909 expedition to find the Ark of the Covenant, which I thought was pretty neat. I was like, okay, I'll definitely read that because I love Graham Hancock, but reading an account of something that happened in 1909 along that line, I thought was pretty neat. So I wanted to read that. And then this one was super interesting to me. This is why my subscriber growth rate is really like slow. I think I'm just like, I'm interested in that stuff that when other people are sitting in a group at like the pub or whatever, and I start talking, they're like, I'm going to go get another. I'll be back in a minute. It's like, they got out of the British archives for the first time. They've been out and studied before, but for the first time, somebody did a translation of them. All of Richard the Lionheart's personal journals are translated for the first time out of Norman French, and I can't wait to read this because I find that man's life fascinating. Richard the Lionheart would be like, he's like the proto Facebook status of It's Complicated. Like it's, yeah. So I got that. And then, this one will interest all the people in chat. So I got not what I'm about to show. So I also got on DVD or Blu-ray, I got El Dorado with John Wayne and Robert Mitchum, great Western. And I also got this movie that I'd never seen before, Charlton Heston and Richard Boone in The Warlord, which I'm just going to say is about a 12th century Norman lord guy played by Charlton Heston who messes up his entire new village that he's been given because he's got a terminal case of blue balls. That's what happens. It's a really weird movie. I watched it this afternoon for the first time. Little let down. It's okay though. You can't win them all. So the last thing I got a brand new book that came out a few months ago. And it is The Making of the Wrath of Khan, the brand new hardbound book. This guy is coming out with a making of Star Trek 3 in a few months as well. These are like, full color, beautiful, so I can't wait to read this. And if Michael Schaefer already owns this, I won't be surprised. So, yeah. So there's that. Yeah. I got two more here to open, but let's find something in the chat. Lio Convoy is here. There's this device that has the supernatural power to kill anyone that touches it. I'm gonna go find it. I mean, hey,
everyone should be nervous.
Exactly. Tony asks, has anyone else got the Action Force book, More News as It's Made? It's a lot of fun.
I'm not sure. I've got a few Action Force books. I'm not sure I have that one though.
Right.
Is it? I'm not sure. I think it's a recent release. So
yeah. King Eric asks, Tony, what do you think of the show Rogue Heroes?
Have you seen it, Michael?
I haven't seen it, but I'm aware of what it is. I just haven't seen it.
So it's very much. So it's about the founding of the SAS in the deserts of North Africa in World War II. There are accurate elements to it, but I could best describe it as almost a TV version of the tone of it is very much like the Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare. So as entertaining as it is, and I think the actors in it are great, and I think they deliver good performances. I probably watched 6 or 7 episodes of the first season and just kind of zoned out. I think I would have been. I understand why people really, really enjoy it, but for me, I would have liked to have seen a much more realistic representation of the founding years of the SAS. I think, yeah.
The fact that Hitler launched expeditions for the Holy Grail and the Lance of Longinus in the middle of a war is surprisingly stupid. If you're referring to Indiana Jones logic, possibly. The only reason I say that is because while I do know that he did launch expeditions for things, the Lance of Longinus was one that they believed they already knew where it was because they had the imperial regalia from Austria. They actually displayed the Spear of Destiny, which would have been considered the Lance of Longinus at the time, at the Nuremberg, whatever they called it, of 1936 or 38 or whatever it was. They already knew where it was, which is why in my Indiana Jones 5 review, I called the opening of the movie supremely stupid, because it's the one thing biblical that Hitler already had. He didn't have to look for it. I am sorely disappointed with what they did with the classic Doctor Who episodes back in the 70s. I'm pleased that some of those lost shows are getting animated. Yeah, that was the whole like turn and burn policy really hurt a lot of things. A few episodes of Dad's Army have been permanently lost because of that. The Ark of the Covenant is fictional though, right? Is it though? See, the thing is, when you don't have any information on something like that, but you have just enough of a specific description in a book that doesn't offer specific descriptions very often, you kind of start to wonder. Yeah. Let's see. Tony. Not you, Tony. This Tony. Don't get caught up in that. This is a I don't know if we've touched, I don't know if the chat has touched on your like hot button topic or whatever, and you're going to fixate. Don't fixate on the Ark of the Covenant. All right. Ain't nobody found it. All right. So there's no reason to worry about it. Worry more about like getting run over by a cyber truck. Okay. Lio Convoy says the Bible was actually pretty descriptive. Exactly. Okay, so I've got two other parcels here that I'm going to open real quick. I wouldn't call them Christmas gifts necessarily, although you could, I guess, argue that they are. So this one comes all the way from Japan, Tony.
Oh, nice.
It's not a toy, but it's a collectible that I kind of wanted to get, mainly because some things from Japan just, never made it over here. And this was definitely one of them. Trying to determine if I just damaged. No, I don't think I did. Okay.
And who is this from?
This is from somebody that I bought this from.
Right.
So this would
Christmas
be
gift to yourself. Yeah.
Right. So this is the deluxe limited edition PlayStation portable version of Haganai, which is an anime comedy series that I found that I really liked, that was from several years ago. So unfortunately, this video game is only in Japanese. So when you play it on a PSP, it's only going to be in Japanese. But why would that ever stop me from buying it anyway? I'll use my Google Translate on my phone every time I do something, and we'll see how it goes. Here's what I do know. Even though this isn't a language and an alphabet that I don't understand, even though I'm going to have to jump through massive hoops just to play some of it, it'll still be better than Indiana Jones and the Great Circle.
Yeah. Jason Anderson just hopped in the chat and he said, "It's from me, Michael," and now other people in the chat thinks that he lives in Japan.
Let's see. We did so far. Christmas has been good. I think it's been good for Tony.
Yeah.
Don't want to. Yep. So thanks for asking. Let's see. Michael is starting to play visual novels like Meat from the show. I'm picking up what you're putting down because I love that show so much. Yeah, I'm hoping maybe I can find a fan translation at some point. Hoping I am. All right, so here we go. Last parcel that I have to open, and then we're parceled out, and then it's just gonna have to. You're just gonna have to be entertained by Tony and I for the rest of the hangout. I hope you can put up with that. Hope you can find your joy. Okay. All right.
Christmas Day, Michael. Enjoy my joy.
Enjoy. I knew you knew what I was saying there. Okay, so this is one that I bought myself because I'm working on the Rogue One video, and these are still so inexpensive, mint in the box. It's hilarious. I bought myself the Kmart exclusive Sergeant Jyn Erso in the poncho from the Black School. Yeah, this was
there is a lot of empty box there.
Yeah, and you know what? This was an exclusive to Kmart here in the United States, but it only showed up at all the distribution got messed up, Hasbro. So it only showed up at like, I don't know, I'm exaggerating, but like 3 Kmarts across the country had like rows and rows and rows of these things while Kmart was going out of business. That was 8 years ago.
Yep.
They've never released Jyn Erso in this outfit since. I got this new in the box for $11. Like, you can get them all day for nothing. So yeah. Jyn Erso, everyone. There you go. All right, well, happy Christmas to me, I guess. Well, Robert says he head swapped that figure. That's something I plan to do as well, but I didn't know how that was going to work with the cap. So I'm going to have to figure that out. You could. Now, this would have been the point where I would have, wait a second. I got bamboozled by my local secondhand nerd shop. They had a Power of the Force Millennium Falcon figure carrying case, and I thought it was the actual playset vehicle. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That can be a known mistake. Let's see. I hear somebody on the stairs.
Oh.
Pizza's here.
Oh, she's bringing pizza. Oh, are you saying you don't want to come to the camera?
No.
All right, fine. Tony, it'll take me 2 seconds.
Yeah, no problem.
Turn off my cam. All right, fine. I'll mute my camera for a second, everybody. I'm still here, though. I'm still here, though. She just is having a moment.
I'm in pajamas.
You are not in pajamas.
Yeah.
Well.
Hi, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Hi, Melinda.
I love you, Tony.
Love you too.
Well, that was surreal. Yeah. So I was asking everybody before you were able to join, Tony, what their big wins were for Christmas this year. I was curious to find out from everybody who's joined since. So anybody? Oh yeah, of course. Look, hey, if I have to go off camera, it's going to be one of a few things. All right, like so, it's going to be Kandagawa Jet Girls, or it's going to be I don't know, Rika from Haganai, which is the game I just got from Japan just now. She's a character from that, or it's going to be our lovely and favorite Kylie Minogue, or possibly if I'm feeling like really like KBA. That's why I got so excited when KBA mentioned this earlier. It could be Cara Malovi from The Living Daylights. Huh. Yeah. Or Cara Malovi from The Living Daylights by the painter that did my Kylie, Lara Croft and Kylie Jedi images. So, yeah. But we'll go back to Kandagawa Jet Girls, and then I'll put my camera back on. Yeah, if anyone wants to know if I'm going to eventually have a Keijo avatar, the answer is no, because I don't know how YouTube would feel about an avatar that's just a giant ass. Yeah, so
I had a question for both you and the audience. So you started
Okay.
the stream by, what was
Mhm.
something really cool that people
Mhm.
got this year.
Right.
I'd really like to know if you can cast your minds back to your childhoods.
Mm.
What was that one Christmas toy you got that you just thought absolutely sucked? It ruined your Christmas.
Oh gosh. One year, it wasn't a toy, but one year my mom gave us these like flannel camping pants that came in a bag, and it was actually labeled on the bag "pants in a bag." That was pretty lame. But as far as a toy, I would say my most disappointing year for toys, even though I was fortunate. I got to choose. Within reason. I couldn't choose the aircraft carrier as an example. One year I chose Flying Fighters from Hasbro because I loved the whole Iron Eagle Top Gun thing. They turned out to be like they're a novelty toy now, and they're not horrible, but they really weren't as fun as I'd hoped. Yeah, Flying Fighters for me from Hasbro would be the closest thing to a massive disappointment. Barring Christmases where I wasted asks on bad video games, but you didn't know they were bad because you hadn't played them.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I don't know what year it was, but I got G1 Megatron, and people know I'm not a huge Transformers fan, but I loved toy guns when I was a kid. I had I think I had an 18 branded AK-47 and stuff like that. So I got Megatron, and I was like, because his robot mode sucks anyway. I was like, what's really cool about this is it's a toy gun, but it has all of the attachments, so you can do the secret agent thing where you put the stock on it and the longer barrel and the sight and all of that.
Right.
But the reason it sucked is Megatron broke before Christmas lunch.
Oh.
So as I was transforming it, there's one piece of plastic that snapped, and basically the barrel of the gun fell off. Which, when he's in robot mode, it kind of means like he's lost his ding dong.
Right.
Yeah.
I always knew that it's one of the things I said in my original video about Transformers was that the toys, the concept was ahead of the technology. So you had all these fail points on Transformers. Megatron has multiple fail points. As long as you keep him as a gun, he's safe. But the moment, there's an irony there, right? But the moment that you make him into a robot, suddenly all of these what do you call it? Fail points, whatever you want to call it. There's like multiples, and now they're all exposed and ready to go. And it's like Optimus, he had that in the hips. Soundwave had it at his neck joint where you spin it, that neck joint head could break off because of that blue plastic or whatever. But Megatron was just, he was like 5 3/4 inches of fail. Like just, when I've got him in the case, he's only been brought out of that case and moved for videos like, I don't know, maybe 3 times in the last 7 years. Like it's like, I need him as a robot for the display, but I'm not going to touch him. Like he's just going to stay there. And then like yourself, I've got one that's in the box that's never really been touched. I don't have your awesome Optimus to go with. I would kill to have an Optimus in the box. I've seen them. I haven't prioritized it,
That one's not sealed, so I just like, I've only got a couple of Transformers. I do have Soundwave over here, but I just play it like that because it looks good next to. That's the only way I want to display Megatron.
Absolutely,
I have transformed that toy a couple of times for videos,
Yeah.
I'll never do it again. I'll just go back and reuse old footage that I've already captured.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't even transform Megatron for I'm most of the time when I'll have to do something about it for when I do the Transformers Revisited. But I will probably do something like what you're talking about, where it's like, okay, I've got my Megatron that's like the stunt Megatron that stands there in the case. I've got the one in the box that's already a gun. What I'll probably do is I'll just dissolve between the two of them, like on the table, so I don't have to, do anything like that. So, yeah. Keith Holmesley says, Michael, you mentioned about 5 or 6 years ago you were going to interview your mother about you guys growing up as kids in the 80s. Yeah, it's still on the docket, Keith. It's absolutely on the docket. Literally all these things that we were about to do, COVID just threw everything out of whack. And not that there's been any problems in my immediate family, like Melinda and I, and we're all fine, but there's been some, stuff going on in my family in other areas, like, people not my parents, but other people getting divorced, and that causes my parents to have to, divert their attention and all that kind of stuff. And so it's something that I desperately want to do. Hopefully I can do it this year. Everything's a hopefully this year kind of thing.
Yeah.
Batman animated, hopefully this year. Thundercats Redux, definitely this year is the final cutoff, because I don't want to be like, oh yeah, I missed the 40th after waiting half a decade. Like that would be horrible. What do you, Tony? I'm not trying to put you on the spot at all. Like I put myself on the spot for content, but like, is there anything that you really want to do this year that maybe you're not necessarily prepped for because it's not even January yet, but do you have any aspirations for content for this year in topic areas? Or
I do, because I have spent a lot of 2024 collecting Kenner superpowers. I would love to do my own take on a video of that property, but there is still a lot more stuff that I need to get. But I've had a good year. Like I started out the year with I had two superpowers figures. I don't know if I had them at the start of the year or I got them early this year, but I bought a Superman from Reclaimers from our friend Matt Swafford. Merry Christmas, Matt. I bought a Superman off him I'm on his Patreon, so you get early access to the stuff. And he had a Batman as well that I missed it by that much because Scuba Pete had already claimed it. And we had a joke about it in the comments, and I got the Superman. Well, when the Superman arrived, the Batman was in there, because even though Pete had claimed it and purchased it, he then, because he's sneaky, he's one of those sneaky friends, he spoke to Matt and he went, let Tony have that, put that in the box with it. So I started the year with those two figures, and now I've ended the year with, I've got 12 figures and 2 vehicles now. So that's something I definitely want to do in 2025, but it'll be closer to the end of the year, I think. Maybe this is the year that I do get my Golden Age of Action Figures video off the ground. I don't know. Yeah, there's someone was actually asking in the chat. This is way back, but I remember the question kind of struck me. He was asking both of us, what is the most popular content on our channels? Types of content, and for me, Motu always does really well. So there is a Motu video coming up. It may even be the first video of 2025. I'm not sure. Yeah, Motu always does well. Star Wars can be a bit hit and miss for me. Some videos do extremely well, but I thought my Palatoy Death Star video was going to go gangbusters, and it didn't. It didn't perform terribly, but it was very middle of the road.
Do you think that part of that, because I had a Star Wars video come out in the latter half of the year as well, and it was one that I thought people would really anticipate because it was a continuation of the Star Wars Follies series. And it was also a video that I had written years ago. So it wasn't even like I was just pulling a Star Wars Follies out of my ass. It was one that had gotten lost literally in the shuffle. And I was and that video came out basically around the time that your Palatoy video came out, and both of those videos kind of face planted, like they didn't do anything. And I'm going, could this be because the I don't want to go so far as to say just the toy collector culture, but because Star Wars has taken such a cultural hit, like in other words, it's not the franchise it used to be. Is it possible that we're now going through a trough of total disinterest by and large in Star Wars in general, and so people just aren't looking for that stuff or even clicking on it when they see it? I don't know. I'm curious to get your thoughts.
I'm thinking so. Like it's I think you and I have felt like the franchise has been, its future has been bleak for a long time. I think it took quite a while for a lot of other people to finally accept that reality. But they have gotten to that point now. So, and funny, I've heard some really good things about Skeleton Crew. Like it's very much a kids show,
right?
But I've heard people, but it's too little, too late now. It's
a kiddie show, which nothing wrong with that. But
yeah, I mean, I don't see Marvel ever making a bounce back in cinema either.
No.
You know, Deadpool was a bit of an outlier. You know, would you like to see another Deadpool, or do you think they should just go, "Hey, we made 3 really solid movies. Let's cap it there"?
I do. I've rarely to never have I seen a 4th in anything, meaning in chronological production order. Have I seen a 4th improve on everything from before? Like now, you could argue there are exceptions, but it's usually based on like legacy formatting. So like Star Trek 4 did really, really, really well.
Yeah.
However, Star Trek's movie series was based on an episodic television show. So it was already kind of like a kind of endless adventure of the week format for the audience. They already knew some adventures are going to be okay, some are going to be great, some are going to suck. We're okay with that. We're going to keep doing it. With Marvel, with Star Wars, and specifically where Deadpool is concerned. Deadpool was the thing that Fox was too stupid to know to greenlight, and Ryan Reynolds had to fight to finally get it greenlit properly. And then when he did, they still didn't believe in it. And then it made $1 billion, and he kept making more of them and finding better directors and better people to keep doing the films. But Deadpool and Wolverine was simultaneously a beautiful and again, I didn't like a lot of the Fox Marvel films and X movies, so I'm not trying to say that like, oh, Godspeed, Fox Marvel. I don't mean it like that. But Ryan Reynolds, I think, from the perspective of knowing how much work the actors and the stunt people put into those films, he wanted to give them their proper credit, because Disney has basically run away with the game with Marvel, even though they suck now. When Fox was still trying to make their movies and Disney's Marvel was ascendant out of Paramount, with Avengers and Winter Soldier and all that kind of stuff. A lot of the audience at the time really was like, oh, well, there's a real Marvel, and then there's that other off-brand Marvel. So I think Deadpool and Wolverine serves as a kind of like coda for Fox Marvel in a very nice way. But it also, on the way out, took the necessary piss out of Disney Marvel at the same time, with all of its jokes about, what a slump it was in and all that kind of stuff. It's one of the many reasons why I defend the She-Hulk show to this day, because She-Hulk as a comic book was the PG-13 Deadpool before Deadpool was Deadpool.
Yep.
So that show also took the piss out of Marvel's handling, or Disney's handling of Marvel. So I really see the end of the entire successful run of Marvel at Disney as Endgame, you can include No Way Home in there, I guess. And then after that, you have She-Hulk as a show and Deadpool and Wolverine as this kind of like punctuation on the end of the sentence meta commentary on Disney Marvel.
Yep.
Like, boom. But yeah, I don't think there should be another Deadpool movie. I like 2 the best. And I know I'm the outlier there, but I do like 2 the best. I can't decide whether or not I like 1 more than 3, mostly because I find origin stories to be tiring when I have to rewatch them a lot, and half that movie's an origin. But that being said, I think I like 1 and 3 almost on par. So I would be fine with them ending. I mean, if Deadpool himself wants to show up in other Marvel films that are desperately going to need something to activate them, then great. But I don't think we need to see another Deadpool film.
Yeah, I don't think we do. The money they're making, they're probably going to throw everything in the kitchen sink at Ryan Reynolds to try and do another. But he's
then they're going to beg him to try and get Hugh Jackman back again because he was part of the one that they made all the money off of. It's like, well, how's that going to work? Like,
it's not. It worked as a one-off concept. I wouldn't be I don't really want to see another one. I don't think we need another one.
Right.
If he did, I wouldn't be opposed to Josh Brolin coming back as Cable.
That.
Yeah.
When
I think about it, I think the only 4th movie in a series that I can think of anyway, which it doesn't surpass the original, but it is the next best film in the series, and that is Rambo 4.
Yeah. Yes. Rambo 4 is one of those outliers. It's one of those ones that
it's the exception, not the rule, for sure.
Robert, I'm not here to get into a debate. I know a lot of dude bros and comic bros didn't like She-Hulk. I'm not about to get into a debate about it. And when have you ever known me to apologize for my perspective on anything? So don't drag me into that argument. I'm not saying it's better than Deadpool and Wolverine. I'm just simply saying that both of them as products in the Marvel MCU were taking the piss out of Disney Marvel. And that's also not up for debate. Anyway, but I mean, yeah, I loved Domino in Deadpool 2. I loved Cable and Domino and Deadpool, and the way they used Colossus. I thought it all worked really, really well. So
I think it has the best version of Juggernaut.
Yes, definitely the best version of Juggernaut. Some of the jokes in there they fly so well. Where's the rest of the team? They're all dead. Yeah. I don't think anyone's going to miss Shatterstar though. He was kind of a dick. Or like the whole thing where like the dude they're fighting on that thing and Cable like narrowly like almost shoots Deadpool in the head, but it goes through the glass to that like prison locker behind him and it kills that guy. And he's like, you just killed Black Tom, you racist. The guy's a white dude. Oh man. It's really good stuff, and I can watch it, a million times. But yeah, and that's the other thing. Rambo 4 had the benefit of a lot of hindsight, which I'm not trying to derail the conversation here, but I would like to make an aside. I really feel like Rambo 5 was supposed to be a film that wasn't Rambo, and then they just slapped Rambo on it to try and make it more marketable. It doesn't feel like a Rambo film at all. Like there's nothing about that movie that says Rambo.
No, it was some kind of a sort of Sicario rip-off script about cartels across the border, and they're like, oh, let's just have Rambo do that. That'll be cool. And it was so bad. So bad.
Superman 4 was clearly the best of the series. Psych. I mean, yeah, that was pretty terrible. Yeah, Rambo 5 was the one with the drug dealers. Okay, so 4. Okay, so let's think about fourths for a minute. So Rambo 4 was a good one. But if you really run down like a bunch of them fat, and you could argue your mileage may vary. Star Trek 4 it was the highest grossing original crew film.
Yeah.
The one with the whales. But if you like really look at chronological order of production, not story order, chronological production of films themselves.
Yep.
Phantom Menace, Lethal Weapon 4, Batman and
Lethal Weapon 4, is that the one with Jet Li?
yes.
Yeah.
Batman and Robin, Superman 4, as Keith so astutely pointed out. Can't really speak to, but I've heard that Nightmare on Elm Street 4 is considered really bad. And there's too many horror movies like that to name, you know. Now, this one's divisive. It's either a loved or a hated film. That's Rocky 4. Some people love it. Other people say, yeah, it was fun in its day, but in the grand scheme or tableau of the franchise, it did a lot more damage than we could have expected.
Oh, Jason Anderson says Mad Max Fury Road.
Oh, again, see, help us out here, everybody. Like,
yeah, Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol.
I found that movie to be very forgettable.
Yes.
Not as bad as 3, which was J.J. Abrams, but still. Oh, Tim Ward. Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Tim Ward is just throwing him out there. Yeah, see? Okay, here we go. Yeah. Alan Dawson also with Alien Resurrection. Yes, Thunderball was the 4th Bond film in the main, if you don't count Casino Royale, which most people don't. Then yes, but Thunderball is considered by many to be where the dip starts. Looking back on it in a kind of high level kind of thing, you know, there's a lot of people that say after From Russia with Love and Goldfinger, Thunderball, while had the spectacle, it didn't necessarily have the, you know, the sophistication. Oh, here's one we should have mentioned already. Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. I don't look Imperial Bricks. There's a lot about Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. I've gone over it in my Indy 5 review where I defend the movie versus Indy 5. So I think there are things about that movie that can be and should be defended. But that being said, But that being said, Indy 4 is definitely a step down from the first 3.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's see. The Final Destination, not the final one. In Scream 4, Ghostface motive was a precursor to today's influence in getting fame via social media. Okay. But was it a good movie? I couldn't tell you. I don't know. Well, right, but Creed wasn't a 4. Creed was a 7, if you're really putting it in the grand continuity.
Yeah, 6 or 7.
Yeah.
No, yeah, 7. Yeah. Death Wish 17.
Which one? Oh, Terminator 4. I mean,
which one was Terminator 4? Was that Salvation?
Salvation.
A lot of people hate on that movie. I quite like it. I quite like that film. I don't think it's as bad as people say.
I'm one of the people that doesn't hate 3.
Yeah.
Like, I don't love it, but I don't. Or like this one. This is a great one. Yeah, like it was all downhill for that franchise after the first one.
I absolutely adore the first Pirates of the Caribbean movie.
Yep, the first one's
great. I
great.
can't stand any of the sequels.
Same.
It was Johnny Depp really, it was a lightning in a bottle moment of a performance. It was unique. We hadn't seen it before. I loved it. And then the second time, you're like, yeah, I got the joke the first time. And it was done from that point on.
Yep. Here's a great one.
Yeah.
That's a really Dirty Harry sudden impact is like when you come off the Enforcer. I don't like Dirty Harry, Magnum Force, and the Enforcer is a solid series of films. And then Sudden Impact had no impact. I mean, who remembers it really, you know? Rob K with like the mic drop to prove our point.
Yeah.
Now Death Wish 4, there is a Death Wish 4. It's bad, I believe. Yeah. Land Before Time 4. Who remembers that straight to video crap? Thunderball was not the best film. I never said it was. Let's see. Is the first Hobbit movie technically yes, it is. It is technically the fourth Lord of the Rings film, and it was bad. Yeah. It's not good.
So when you look at Marvel, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, I know it's a little bit confusing because the characters appear in the Avengers movies, but we had Captain America, the First Avenger, the Winter Soldier, Civil War. So now who in the hell is waiting for, and I don't even know what it's called now. Is it Captain America, New World Order, Brave New World?
Oh, Captain America, Brave New World. Yep.
They've changed the subtitle like 4 or 5 times. Does anybody care?
I mean, I don't.
Has it even come out?
Not yet.
It must be very close. It must be very close to coming out.
It's got to be close. It's got to be coming soon because they put out trailers and stuff for it.
Yeah.
You know, with Harrison Ford hulking out. 80-year-old Harrison Ford going all Red Hulk.
Yep.
You know, which is like, okay. Not really sure that's really a box office draw for me, but you know, whatever.
Look, I won't judge the film until I see it, but it's certainly a case of we don't need a fourth. We really don't need a fourth in that scenario.
And how often do we? I mean, like, because Thor: Love and Thunder was a terrible fourth. This is going to be a Captain America fourth as far as the brand.
Yeah.
The Avengers, the fourth Avengers film, which was technically Endgame, that was a very like divisive and complicated experience for a lot of people because they liked large chunks of it but didn't like whole other sections of it. Why has no one brought up Police Academy 4? I own the whole Police Academy series on Blu-ray, but I think it's because nobody can really, Police Academy 2, their first assignment, Police Academy 3, back in training, Police Academy 4, Citizens on Patrol. Is that right? Did I get that right? Oh, did I get that right?
So. Sounds like it.
I mean, it's Citizens on Patrol. It's a Police Academy movie. It's okay. The Predator. That'd been the fourth Predator. I don't really remember what Toy Story 4 was. I think I never watched it past 3. Rob K is just knocking them out of the park tonight. Yeah, oof. As if X-Men: The Last Stand wasn't bad enough. Let's see.
Again, I returned to Rambo 4 again because yes, we typically don't need a fourth. What was so? Not only was it a good and probably the best Rambo film. I don't know. I do really like Rambo 3. But it's yeah. I put 3 and 4 up there together, but it's certainly.
I really like 3. I really like 3. Yeah.
But the hero finally gets to go home.
Yep.
They never ever should have ruined that with
No.
the fifth one, but it really is that outlier.
But the other thing too is because of the way he presented himself physically and his whole look in the fifth film, you can write it off. Like literally you can be like, yeah, I don't. When I'm thinking about Rambo, that last shot in 4 is the end. I always think of that as the end, and I never remember 5. He's got short hair. He's wearing cowboy clothes. Like it's like, what is this? Like it doesn't work.
Robert Diaz talked about Jason Bourne 4 and 5.
Oh, good point. Those were terrible as well. Yeah. 4th Shrek movie, awful imitation of the first. I believe Sudden Impact was the one with Sandra Locke. Yes. Let's see. House 4, The Repossession. The Hobbit, Randall, is only a good 4 if you watch it as the Maple Films edit, where it's all 3 films as one film that's 3.5 hours long that just follows the book. If you watch it like that, then it's fine. All right, let's see. Kickboxer had a 4 too. It's not a Jean-Claude Van Damme film anymore at that point, but it still pretty much qualifies under Michael's intro for Keija.
I didn't even know that Kickboxer had a sequel.
I didn't either. Conquest of the Planet of the Apes is the 4th and best ape sequel. Okay, I've watched them all. I own them all. Would that be the one that comes after Battle for the Planet of the Apes? Because there's the first one, then there's the one with everybody worshiping the nuclear missile underground. Then after that, I start to get a little confused as the order of the plots. There's like the one where there's the dude who can kind of like hypnotize or communicate telepathically with the other apes, and he turns them into a big rebellion. And then there's the one where they're living out in the woods, but it basically looks like the same place where they filmed all the dirt roads in Dukes of Hazzard. And then they like have a big battle with humans, but it's not that big of a battle because they didn't have the budget. And then there's the one at some point where Cornelius and what's her face end up like being thrown out on a spaceship or so. It's been a long time since I've watched them. I've got them all on Blu-ray, but I'd have to go back and revisit. Let's see. Yep, The Bourne Legacy is the 4th in the franchise. I liked it. Oh. Well, I mean, Darth being on a RetroBlasting stream is all about being, confident in your perspective and unapologetic, and that's fine, and nobody's going to run you out on a rail for it. I was invested in The Bourne Legacy for the first third, and then I thought the movie fell apart pretty hard. But I'll tell you this much, I enjoyed it a lot more than I enjoyed the 5th one, Jason Bourne, which was a pointless exercise.
Yep.
Just another useless experience. Let's see. Die Hard was awful after Die Hard 3. Yep. Die Hard 4 stinks.
I thought Die Hard was awful after the first one.
Well, yes, there is a precipitous drop after the first one. I grant you that. Let's see. Well, that was what Deadpool and Wolverine was hoping to get off the ground, but hasn't happened yet. Die Hard 4, Death by Dying.
Oh, damn. Keith Holmesley says Beverly Hills Cop Axel F.
Oh. Let me find it. Let me find this.
The Superman icon.
Okay, yes. Conquest filmed in Century City. So that's the one with the dude that can hypnotize the other apes. Yeah, that was a really good one. That one was really good. I really enjoyed that one. Part 3 is the time travel one. That's right. Okay. Yeah, I'm a big fan of part 4, so that would be an outlier. I almost thought for a minute that RoboPew was saying 4th Baywatch movie. I was like, wait, what? There was a Baywatch movie? Beverly Hills Cop Axel F. I mean, I can't say I didn't think it was as bad as 3. I thought Beverly Hills Cop 3 was worse than 4. But I mean, I get what you're saying. I like
No, the reason I pointed this, that's the recent Netflix one. The reason I brought this, I thought that's a really good 4th installment.
Yeah, I didn't really have an issue with it myself, but you know who did have an issue with it big time was Tom Connors from Midnight's Edge.
Really?
He hated it. He hated it to the point that I think he thought I was going crazy. And I'm like, well, I'm not going crazy, but it's not a film I'm going to stand up and die on. Like I'm not a Beverly Hills Cop, person. Yeah, we just talked about that, Ben. The one with Jet Li. It was terrible. It's how this whole conversation got started. Well, yes, that was a decent 4th film, but it wasn't actually in continuity with the live action films. It was its own production, so that it's more of a standalone CGI film than it is a 4th. So that gets a little.
Yeah, using that rationale, you could say that Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring is the second Lord of the Rings film.
Right, because of the Bakshi film. Right.
Yeah, which then makes Return of the King the 4th film.
Right. It's like, no, we have to remember where our parameters are for production, franchise, and timelines and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. And especially when 2 different studios are making the 2 different things 20 or 30 years apart. Let's see. Halloween 4. Don't really remember that all that well. Is that the one with Richard Burton and all the voodoo stuff, or is that 3?
I'm not a huge horror fan. I typically I've seen the first Halloween several times, the first Nightmare on Elm Street. I've never been one to watch any of the sequels because historically any horror movie sequels are not good.
No, they're never good. No. Kawasaki Productions. Aloha, brothers. It's nice to see both of you online today. Good to see you. Just want to take this opportunity to tell you both how much I enjoy your channels, content, and commentary. Thank you very much. Ooh, here's a good one from Phasic Extract. The Matrix Resurrections.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Definitely didn't need that.
Not at all. He says, your attention to details, history, and overall appreciation for the things we love is incredible, and I want to thank you for everything that you do. If either of you are ever in Hawaii, come and say hi. Well, I will if I'm in Hawaii. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Let's see. Hey, Michael, off topic, but I'm just curious. Blake Romo, haven't seen you around these parts in a while. Hope you're doing okay. But have you ever told the origin story of you and Melinda, how you all met and put up with each other for so long? Merry Christmas. I think I told it on a live stream one time. Before I get to that, Blake, I need to acknowledge another perfect mic drop. Excuse me, by Keith Holmesley. Iron Eagle on the Attack. Terrible 4th film. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Straight to video 4th. Thank you for the reminder. I'll keep this story short because it's short. Melinda and I met. I had been for about a year. I had been part of a monthly meetup group that were fans of the TV show Firefly. All of us under the false hopes that one day the show would get reinstated. And then one day, this young woman came in with 2 of her friends. And I looked over at the guy sitting next to me and I said, oh, this is going to be trouble. And it was just after that, it was just us. We were chatting, the whole time. Everybody was there for the meetup. And then we went to an AC/DC concert. And then that Sunday, I drove over to her house in the DeLorean to take her to lunch. And while we were driving to that place, I got rear-ended in the DeLorean. And so somehow I held it together long enough that she didn't want to stop dating me after that. And the rest is history. So, yeah.
An AC/DC concert.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. She asked
was
me
that?
to go to it.
Well, I can't imagine you asked her to go to an AC/DC concert.
I mean, look, I like AC/DC a lot. I'm just not really a live music kind of person, meaning like I don't think to do those kind of things. But I love AC/DC. So when she asked me to go to AC/DC, I was like, sure, I'll go. Yeah, that's great. So, yep. That's the story. Let's see. And as far as putting up with each other for so long, it's a constant thing. We bicker, and we have that kind of thing, that kind of whatever you want to call it. I live the life I witnessed when I was a child in films of the period. Like I
hope you didn't watch Kramer versus Kramer in childhood.
No. I'm meaning like all the ones that I watched over and over again. Like, it was all. I grew up in a time period where on screen, for films that were famous for kids like myself to watch over and over, it was feisty brunettes giving guys shit all the time. And that's what I ended up with, was a feisty brunette that gave me shit all the time, but in a good way. It wasn't in a bad way. She's, and I even told her mom one time, I said, look, I'm under no illusions. I know that if I ever decided in some misguided moment that I needed to eliminate Melinda, I would have to do it while her back was turned, and I would have to do it in one hit. Because if I didn't succeed, I would be a dead man after that. I would not win. So you can draw that metaphor out to, Melinda's more like the. Some people have said, because we costumed one time as Han and Leia, they've said, "Oh, so it's like a Han and Leia thing." I'm like, no. It's very much more like a Marion Ravenwood, Indiana Jones thing, because she's the one with like, she's the one that can throw back, all the vodka and then throw a punch and then do all, and I'm just sitting there like dreaming about the Ark of the Covenant. Like that's, it's like, the whole thing. Let's see. Let's see. The Pink Panther strikes again. I've seen them all. I can't tell you that I remember specifically how that one played out. I'm not sure. Now, Mike Joseph is saying Friday the 13th 4 is arguably the best Friday movie. Not a high bar, but it is what it is. I like the self-awareness. Oh, which do you consider to be the fourth there? Well, let's be brutal in chronological order. I didn't say the fourth was the worst necessarily. I said the fourth is often never good. All right. Yeah. So in this particular case, we've already talked about franchises like Alien. Alien 3 sucks, but Alien 4 also sucks, right? Alien 4 didn't bring it back around, so to speak. So in this particular case, the third Ghostbusters film, the 2016 one, Answer the Call, is by far the worst. But if you were to ask me, I really wasn't all that enamored with Afterlife. I thought it forgot that Ghostbusters is supposed to be a comedy that doesn't constantly self-reference. I think the Ghostbusters relaunch has been far more of this trying to be like a PG-13 action sci-fi paranormal film when it's supposed to be a comedy, and they just haven't remembered that. So
have you watched Frozen Empire?
I haven't, because the biggest Ghostbusters fan we know, Tim Ward, told me that when he saw it in the theater, that he was like, "This is boring." I was like, "Wow, oof."
Yeah, so like I didn't enjoy Afterlife. I know a lot of other people did. I didn't enjoy it, but at least I got through it.
Right.
I couldn't get through Frozen Empire. I couldn't get through the first 20 minutes of Frozen Empire. So
right. Yeah. Oh, and Keith Holmesley drops another mic. Men in Black International.
Is that the one with Hemsworth?
Yeah. Liam Hemsworth and Valkyrie, whatever her name is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there a Starship Troopers 4? I'm pretty sure that was direct to dumpster. Yeah, I bet you it is. Ocean's 8. Oh, that's right. There was a fourth Ocean's film, and it was terrible.
Yeah.
Keith must have found a list. Let's see. Michael saw Melinda and said in his Joker voice, "Stop the press." Who is that? Oh, thank you, Wilson. Thank you. Yes, this was another one of the examples I would use. Highlander Endgame. That film blows goats. I have proof. Like, that film is terrible. It's so bad. Okay, Robert. Now, this is thin, Riggs. This is very... Deathstalker 1 and 4 are good, while Deathstalker 2 and 3 suck. I don't think there is a good Deathstalker movie.
Yeah.
Let's see. What? Let's see. House 4 couldn't have been worse than 2 and 3. Yeah, well, House is like Deathstalker, and it's like National Lampoon Vegas Vacation. Not a lot of good stuff said about that one either.
Nope.
If you ignore 2016, then Frozen Impact is GB4. Okay, but either way, Afterlife and Frozen Empire have not really... well, we talked about Voyage Home at the very beginning of this conversation. It's an outlier. Star Trek 4 is an outlier like Rambo 4. Leprechaun 4. Leprechaun in Space was great. But you also just said you loved Deathstalker. So I'm going to put that sort of over here. Resident Evil Afterlife was really bad. I don't know if I've seen a good Resident Evil film.
No, I haven't.
Lord of the Rings 4, Bilbo's Revenge. Trancers 4, haven't seen it. Puppet Master 4, I'm sure Melinda has seen both of these. Tremors 4, haven't seen that. Is that real, or is that a Jason Anderson zinger? Because it rides the line where it could be a real thing. Good point, LJ. Good point. Saw 4. Only saw the first one. Dad joke. Never saw 2, 3, and 4. Next Karate Kid with Hilary Swank. That was a 4th. That wasn't needed. Okay. Texas Chainsaw Massacre 4 with Matthew McConaughey.
Matthew McConaughey was in that franchise?
Apparently. I didn't know that. Ghoulies 4? I didn't know Ghoulies had anything past a 2. Highlander 2 retconned the first movie, and then it retconned itself in like 3 different edits. So, Jurassic World. I wasn't as enamored with that film as everybody else. I thought it was kind of blah. I thought Jurassic Park or Jurassic World was blah. Yep. All right. Oh, well, it was all a dumpster fire, but yes. Okay. Tony, what are your plans through the new year?
I have to work tomorrow. It's weird, like going for one day on a Friday and then
the
weekend off. But I recorded an unscripted video yesterday. It's just kind of a 2024 roundup of my favorite toy pickups of the year. So I'll be editing that on the weekend with a bit of script writing. But it's really prepping for Japan. We're off in 2 weeks and 2 days. We're off. So
Wow.
Yeah,
I mean, I knew you
getting
were
ready.
going. I just didn't realize it was that soon.
Yeah. It's yeah, it's very. We've mapped out the trip. We're traveling around a fair bit in Japan. So first 4 days in Tokyo, then we're going to Mount Fuji for 3 days, and then Kyoto. Me and my dad are going to do a trip out to Hiroshima, and then travel back to Tokyo. And along the way, I've kind of followed this itinerary. I'm like, there are toy shops there are vintage toy shops there, so I'll be doing a lot of that.
Nice.
A lot of toy hunting. So I'm getting all prepped. I think I've got everything I need for the trip now. I just got to do the packing. I really wanted to take my drone with me, but then I started to do some research. So the drone I have only weighs 249 grams. So in most Western countries, the States, Australia, England, you don't need a drone pilot's license until you go over 250 grams.
Right.
And Japan, you don't need a license for a drone that small, but it does need to be registered. And there are so many rules. I'm like, I don't want a $5,000 fine. I'm just not going to take my drone on this particular trip. Which will be a shame. Going to Mount Fuji, it would be pretty cool to get some footage there. But yeah, it just seems overly complicated and too many rules, and I don't want to break them and offend the Japanese people. So, but yeah, no, I'm very excited for the trip. Everyone I know who's been just raves about the place. The pop culture, the food, the people there. So yeah, that's going to be kicking off 2025 for me. So.
It would be so bad if I went to Japan because I'd just end up gorging myself on smoked salmon nigiri for like the entire trip.
They have just some incredible stuff over there.
Yeah.
Ice cream covered in a thin layer of real gold flake that you eat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you must think you shit gold bricks. Well, after I got back from Japan, I did.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, I've wanted to go for a long time, and I obviously there are vintage toys that I would love to find over there that are hard to find here, such as the Star Musketeer Bismarck Deluxe robot sets. But now with my recent forays into anime over the last, say, 2 years, there's also other more modern stuff that's still slightly out of production just by a few years that I'd also love to find. Like yourself, I'm not as much, even though it's a huge thing over there, I'm not as much into the video game culture. So a lot of people from the Western world run to Japan for their collectible video game stores. That wouldn't be me.
No, definitely not me.
Yeah, I'd be the guy over there, like, looking for figures of, various anime characters that weren't sold here, or I'm looking for these like robot Chigokins that I need for various videos or something. Yeah. So
yeah, it's all over there, and Hot Toys is really big. And like, I was watching a video the other day. I've never owned a Hot Toy. I've just stared at a few in a cabinet one day, and I thought it would be an interesting exercise to bring one back, and maybe just do a video about my first experience with a Hot Toy. And something that's really, really big in Japan, they have a lot of they're like trade-in stores for your pop culture collectibles. And they say people in Japan really look after their stuff very well.
Yep.
So you can get desirable Hot Toys over there at quite reasonable prices because, someone's had them out and displayed them, but they're so well looked after. And I was watching it, and the video was only from a couple of months ago. I was watching, and they had a deluxe Hot Toy version of Bespin Luke, which if you were to sell it on eBay in the States or Australia, you would get hundreds and hundreds for it.
Right.
They were selling, because it was in this secondhand store, it was like $200, and I was like, oh, I would come home with that.
Yeah, and it was probably the better original release that came with the whole like gantry piece and
yeah, that was the deluxe one. This was in a really big box, and
two different costumes, and
I don't know what I'm gonna come back with. It'll be interesting to see what how it all goes down. Yeah.
Well, are you I don't know what the decorum is or the protocol is over there as far as like, because I know, like, as an example, you're not supposed to, do anything with your phone sound on a public train or anything like that. Like, if you do anything, it's just texting quietly or whatever. So I don't know what the protocol is like for outside of an actual tourist spot. I don't know what the protocol is for even like filming. Like, I know that because I've seen guys that run fairly large anime channels like Giguk and Mother's Basement, where they will go to collectible stores in Tokyo and they will film. So on some level, there must be some way to do that without, what am I trying to say? Without creating a faux pas, without overstepping or being rude. I just don't know what those rules are. I don't know what that is.
So there are some stores that don't like you filming in them, and others where it's no problem. And from my research, they're like, it's pretty obvious. The stores, they have big signs when you walk in, just big red crossed out circle, no filming, no cameras, no pictures, and they're like, just be observant when you're walking in. If you see the sign, don't offend them. If there's no sign, then it's a pretty good indication that there's not going to be a problem. So, and I've seen videos of a lot of the shops that I plan on going to, so I kind of already know, I can film in this one, I can film in this one, and that kind of thing. There seems to be quite a lot of vintage superpowers in Japan, so I'm hoping to find some of those.
Hoping you come back with some shiny objects then. That would be nice, especially given that, like you and I have both experienced, they really do take care of their stuff over there. They don't wreck it, so to speak. So now Gracie's going with you?
Yes. Yep.
Cool.
Well, this is the other thing. So me, Grace, and my son were already planning the trip. And it'll probably be the last trip we do with my son. Now he's 18. I want him to go and explore the world and go to places he wants to go and do his thing. We had kind of decided when we were going, and we wanted to do it in winter because they haven't seen snow before and that kind of thing. And my dad came to visit back in July, and he was talking to us about he had a trip planned to Japan for March where he was going to go on like one of these coach tours. And we're like, why don't you? He travels alone, and like, why don't you come with us? And he only came to visit us for a weekend. By the end of the weekend, we'd booked all the flights, so my dad is coming with me. And I know I've talked about my father a lot on the channel because he got me into collecting. He's a collector himself. He's going to be I'm actually excited that we might actually see my dad in an Analog Toys video in 2025.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Because if he's going to go around toy hunting with me in Tokyo, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's the four of us who are going. So yes, that's why we're doing Hiroshima. My dad really wanted to go to Hiroshima, and our original plan, it was not looking like that was possible. But then we kind of changed our itinerary, and when we're in Kyoto, it's only an hour and 30 minutes on the bullet train to Hiroshima. So we're going to do a day trip. We're going to get up early, get the train out there, spend the whole day. Everyone I know who's been highly recommends it. So, if that's one of the things on my dad's bucket list, we'll make sure we tick that off while we're there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I just can't wait to see the photos.
Yeah.
You know, I'm gonna live through you, Tony. I'm gonna live through you. Midnight Moon Knight says, so true. Used in secondhand Japanese stores is pretty much minty unless stated badly damaged. They are mostly great value. And if Michael ever goes to Japan, he's probably going to spend all day in one of those 8-story buildings full of games and vintage toys. I don't know. It depends. I mean, if I can find myself a really solid anime store with a lot of Blu-rays and stuff, might do that.
I'm going to an 8-story vintage toy mall it'll be like my second full day in Tokyo. I'm going to Nakano Broadway. I don't know how many stories, but I know it is several stories.
Right.
Something I would really, really like to come back with would be the Takara 3 3/4-inch C3PO, because it's different to the Ken one.
Yeah, that would be really, really cool to find.
I'd like to come back with one of those. Yeah.
I think if I was there, even though stuff like that is well known to me, I think I would probably end up looking for things like the Star Musketeer Bismarck deluxe sets and possibly some of the original Takatoku Macross, the original Jetfires in their big styrofoam boxes with the transforming jets and stuff, because they were, for that show, and they did have purpose packaging and accessories and stuff that the Transformers version didn't come with, and they had sculpting differences and all kinds of stuff. I would probably end up also, because I'm redundant, and I don't mean that in the British way where I'm retired. I mean in the sense of that I always do the same thing over and over again for no good reason. It would be very tempting to find the legendary Indiana Jones trilogy Laserdisc set over there while I was there.
Okay.
That is one of the best Laserdisc sets that's ever been pressed. Is that Japanese trilogy set. So that's probably something I'd look for too. But
Kandagawa Jet Girls action figures.
You know what's funny is this won't surprise anybody. My understanding is they never really made any.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be above having Rin and Misa on their jet ski, like as a sculpted figure or something like that. I'd have it as like a badge of honor. Yeah. I did the best Kandagawa Jet Girls video on YouTube, even though nobody's seen it. I'm confident I have. But I don't think they made any. I have the deluxe PS4 video game box set just because it's easy to get. But I don't think they made any figures. I haven't been brave enough to look and see if they made any Keijo figures, because as much as I enjoyed making the video for that, Keijo, even though Kandagawa Jet Girls had flat out nudity in it, Keijo just seems skeevier. Keijo has no nudity, but it seems skeevier. And it also, that was more like a video to do just for the laughs. Whereas the other one, it's like, I did it for the laughs, but I also kind of adopted them at the same time. It's like, I adopted them off the island of misfit properties and kind of like held them up over here, whereas with Keijo, it's just kind of like, this is about competitive twerking. I don't really. It's funny, but it's not something I want collectibles from. And also all that stuff gets real pricey over there. Like when you're talking more and more current stuff that's popular with both the locals and outside markets.
Yep.
It's like a boom. There's a comedy that I really like. It's a comedy anime that's several years old, but it's had 2 seasons. Everybody's hoping for a third. It's called Uzaki-chan Wants to Hang Out. And there's this really, really nice statue figure that they made over there. It's PVC, but it's nicely sculpted and painted, as all the Japanese stuff tends to be. And it's like a pretty good size, but trying to get it over here is a ridiculous price. Like it's, $250
Yeah.
or something. But over there, I would imagine it's probably closer to like $90. And
Yeah.
that would be fun to find. But yeah, my brain keeps going back to Star Musketeer Bismarck for some reason. And the sad part is I really only want that stuff to do a video. I'm not really like all that emotionally invested in it.
Yeah.
Which makes me feel extra stupid. It's like, oh.
Well, lucky for us at the moment, the exchange rate with Australian dollar and Japanese yen is very good.
Right.
But yeah, again, from the research I've done,
Mhm.
anything Hasbro, like anything that they have to import, is not. And I was like, that's great because I don't want to buy any of that shit anyway.
Right.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if I come back with like a Mezco or a Mafex figure just to experience one. If I see the right character when I'm over there, I might pick it up.
Right. Now, Wilson, what are you saying is rare? The Bismarck stuff, the Indiana Jones Laserdisc? Not you. Surely you wouldn't be referring to Uzaki-chan.
I think he's talking about the laser discs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Moon Knight says, I've also done the best Keijo video on YouTube. Thank you. I'd like to think so as well. Best Japanese movie, Seven Samurai. Well, probably as far as like, although I do love Yojimbo, I do love Hidden Fortress, but yeah, Seven Samurai is like the best classic, I would say. Although kitschy classics like what's I'm gonna get the title wrong, but is it Lady Snowbird? Is that the samurai revenge film?
I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, I have it on Criterion Blu-ray. I just forgot. It's either Lady Snowbird or Lady Snow something or another. That movie was intense and fun to watch.
Lady Snowblood, they're saying in the chat.
Snowblood. That's it. Thank you. There's other classics though, like Lone Wolf and Cub. Kitschy, I grant you, but samurai with a baby in a cart that he's got the cart rigged up with all the blades.
That's a good film.
Yeah. So there's a lot of good stuff. But yes, if you're talking about dignified, cinema of high art or whatever, then I would say that yes, something from Kurosawa is definitely a contender. But I would also put some of Miyazaki's animated stuff up there at the same time as some of the best Japanese entertainment. I absolutely adore Spirited Away. I think it's a fascinating movie, not just as a child's entertainment, but I think it's actually profound, and I think it's very, very, very well made and thought out. And I say this without any pretension, it moved me when I first saw it. Like it was really, really good. So, I think Japan has done so much in the area of art and popular culture. It would be really hard to say what's the one best thing they've done. I think that'd be impossible. For American cinema, we have something of a similar problem, but that's only if you refuse to acknowledge that Lawrence of Arabia is the greatest film of all time. And fortunately, in the Western world, by and large, it's okay to be wrong. So you're off the hook. But yeah. Thank you. I didn't mean to not. I've watched it. I have it on high def. I enjoyed it immensely. I will watch it again multiple times in my life. I'm old.
Is that I've never heard of Lady Snowblood. Is that an older film?
It's an older film. It's from I think it's from the early 70s. It might be the very, very late 60s, but it's it was the film that was the major stylistic inspiration for Kill Bill.
Okay.
And when you actually see the movie, you're like, oh yeah, Quentin Tarantino, aka Thief. It's a really, really, good film. But it's in that classic Japanese samurai revenge martial arts kind of milieu. Like it's really, really good. Ron. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yojimbo and Sanjuro. What's the other one I'm thinking of? Not Ron. See, my brain doesn't work anymore because I'm old. I saw Spirited Away at the Curzon Cinema in Soho. Fantastic. Also, Howl's Moving Castle. Werewolf. I'm not trying to say that you're wrong. I watched Howl's Moving Castle. Was Miyazaki having a stroke when he made that movie? Like, I don't understand. I've got it on Blu-ray. I bought it sight unseen because I trust the man. I watched it. I was like, wow, this movie has no connective tissue. It has nothing in the writing holding it together. So much has to be taken for granted minute to minute. It didn't work for me. I couldn't figure out what the goals or the rules were. But I'm glad that it clearly has people that appreciate it. And there were a lot of them. I'm in the minority. Yes, I remembered Kagemusha, but that wasn't one from his, his classic period. Kagemusha was the one he did in the late 80s or early 90s with George Lucas. So that's why I didn't, that wasn't the one I was searching for in my mind. Oh yeah, Moon Knight. I've seen Your Name and I've seen Suzumi. I haven't seen any of his other work yet. It's good stuff. He seems to fixate on certain like themes and tropes pretty hard in his films. They're great. They're great fun to watch though. It is a little weird to watch a movie about a girl in Suzumi's case. Pretty sure Suzumi is, Your Name is the one where it's basically like a body switch where two people from different parts of Japan, a girl and a guy, end up waking up in each other's bodies and having to figure out their lives and all that stuff. But Suzumi is the one with the girl who finds out that there are these doors, literal doors, in these abandoned theme parks and fairgrounds and stuff, but they open up into these portals into these other locations and whatever. And you got the guy in the show who ends up being transformed into a 3-legged chair by the spirit, and she's got to he can still walk around and stuff as a chair, and it's like, and again, I'm not saying it's bad, you go with it. It's weird but well done. I didn't hate the experience of watching either of those films. I don't know if I would be raring to watch them again. And I'm not trying to throw shade at the guy. There's certain things, I'm sure Tony, you know what I'm talking about, where it's good once, but you don't know if you really want to have another taste, as a foil to that, A Silent Voice, which is an anime film, which is about a girl who's deaf, and the bully, the guy who bullied her in grade school, who tries to make amends. It's the story of him trying to make amends because he feels bad about what he did to her in grade school, and he even tried to kill himself over it before, and everything. I've watched that film 3 or 4 times. That film to me is really powerful. It's really good. I'm not saying that Suzumi and Your Name, I'm not saying they're bad films. I'm just saying that there's something about them that doesn't compel me to re-watch them. I probably sound like a jerk. I don't mean to. So
you mentioned the 3-legged chair then, and I just we had Christmas crackers with our dinner. Do you call them bonbons in America or something? I think
some people do, yeah.
Yeah, they come with the silly Christmas hats and the jokes, and they're normally terrible. But there was that 3-legged chair thing reminded me of one of the Christmas jokes we had yesterday, and it's, what do you call a 3-legged donkey? A wonky. That's one of the best Christmas cracker jokes I've had in a long time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it can be. I didn't walk away depressed so much as I just walked away kind of that was worth my time. Don't know if I really need to see it again or own it. if that makes any sense. But I didn't have a bad time watching it, just to be clear. Let's see. I've been wanting to watch that one, Hot Dog Man. I haven't gotten around to it yet, but I will watch it. Let's see. This is like the questions about man-child news. People keep asking me this, and I keep answering it, but nobody ever hears me. Yes, I didn't own a single one of them. People kept asking that question that you're asking right now, so I ended up buying all of them on outlet clearance prices on Hasbro Pulse. I've had them sitting on a table over there and that way in the studio for like 5 months now, as I've gone through them and kit bashed some of them and figured out what their foibles are. And I've got the whole video ready to go, but I gotta finish Rogue One first. Then you get the Indiana Jones video, the entire adventure series, and all of my caustic, unapologetic comments about it. If you like the adventure series, buckle up, Buttercup, because this is going to hurt you. All right. If you didn't like the adventure series, get your popcorn and your soda and get ready for a good time. You might even get a boner watching it. Like, just
everything hurts.
Yeah. Especially the fact that they didn't make Willy or Mola Ram. And in a weird way, it kind of hurts that they bothered to make all those nothing characters from Dial of Destiny and decided to thumb their nose at Crystal Skull when visually those characters are more interesting as figures.
Yep.
Like, I'm not saying that Irina Spalko is like the greatest Indiana Jones villain of all time, but she's certainly not like a bad looking action figure if you do the character right, with that Soviet post-war uniform and the, you know, the high boots with the, I mean, that would be far more interesting than frickin' German Clark Kent. Like,
yeah.
You know, remember, Tony paid a big super chat, so he would be listed as a producer on the Adventure Series video. It's very true. It's very true. I might even rope Tony into if I can swing it. Maybe I'll rope Tony into doing a last hurrah recording session again, where I just put the figures on the Lazy Susan and get his reactions.
Yeah.
Are you open to that?
Absolutely, I am. Yeah.
Oh, yes. Okay. All right. The channel will get shut down after that video, though, because I'll probably end up having to call it on the thumbnail the Indiana Jones Adventure Series Scattershot Bullshit. Like, that'll be like the name of it. Will I review the Great Circle figures? Are they making Great Circle figures? I haven't heard anything about that.
I don't think the Adventure Series was a big success for Hasbro.
No, and I don't think they're gonna reinstate it just to do some Great Circle figures.
Yeah.
Hey, Michael, I've got a question for you that I don't think anyone has ever asked you before 100 times over. Are you going to cover the Indiana Jones? Oh, yeah. I mean, I should. We almost did that for Last Hurrah, but then I thought it would, because of the way we're cutting away from that so quickly, it would start to get jarring. Yeah, men in suits.
Yep.
Blip.
And they don't even get the suits correct.
No, they don't. And here's the other thing. So Tony and I, when we did our live stream about what we thought was going to go down with this game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tony was the one that brought up on the stream. We had a good conversation about it. Both the title, Great Circle, what it means for the plot, all that kind of stuff. So I've gotten far enough along in the game where I've seen a taste of what this Great Circle thing is. And I wish that I could tell you that it was as compelling as what everybody hoped it would be. But much like with Crystal Skull and Dial of Destiny, the artifact in question, or what they're searching for, which in this case is a series of little stones. There are all these little stones with little holes drilled in them. So every time they're yelling, "Do you have the stone? Do you have the stone? Did you get the stone? Where's the stone?" And you're like, "Which one?" There's like 17 of them now. 15 of them are with
the Infinity Stones.
Yeah, 15 of them are with the Nazis in this padded briefcase now, because they all keep getting taken from Indy all the time. So I can tell you without spoiling the game that when you finally see one of the great powers of these stones, it's so chaotic and pointless, and yet so overtly sci-fi that not only does it break the Indiana Jones immersion, the little that there was in the game by this point, it rides roughshod through it the same way the UFO appearing at the end of Crystal Skull wrecked that, and the time travel in Dial of Destiny wrecked that. So it rides right through all that. And yet, we're only like halfway through the game, maybe. And the plot is still so vague and everything that it's even more of a gaming and storytelling letdown, because it's like, oh, well, that was cheesy. I got it. Oh, it's not over. Shit, I got to keep playing. Fuck, like it. Yeah. So.
Yep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The great circle, just continuous.
Yes. Yeah. Continuously bad ideas, just round and round. Any luck on a Kylie head for Cammy? No, not yet. Haven't really been looking, hoping somebody eventually just does one that I can buy. Let's see. Crystal Skull taught me that a fridge will save me during a nuclear exchange. The sad part about that, Troubled Turtle, is that if they had just restrained themselves a little bit, and made the fake town that he was in be on the perimeter of the blast rather than at like basically ground zero, they did prove on Mythbusters that those refrigerators from the 50s could absorb a lot of radiation because of the lead levels in the doors and stuff. Like, they were pretty well skinned in that regard. So while you would still have to go through radiation cleaning and all that kind of stuff afterwards, if it had just been a situation where he was on a test site at the edge of the blast, and say he jumped in the refrigerator, it fell over, and then the house came down on him and it saved him from being crushed, and then he gets pulled out of it, by the people who go to check and everything or whatever, that would have at least been, what's the word? You could have bought it like in an Indiana Jones film, but the fact that it then flies like 10 miles in the air and 20 miles that way and then lands, and you're like, he should be jelly inside there at that point. Like, even if the door opens, he should just be literally dripping out of it, rather than, like, that was the even bigger problem, Let's not even go into the fact that it would have sucked all the oxygen out of the entire area and he would have like suffocated before he ever melted. Because they could have done so. If they had to have the blast, the refrigerator was a good option. If they had just restrained themselves just a little bit, then it would have been like a Temple of Doom level stunt. But no.
If I was in that situation, though, I'd be toast, because G.I. Joe PSA has taught me to never get inside refrigerators.
True. Very true. But on the other hand, if it's the only thing that's going to encase you in lead, and when you get inside a refrigerator, is it because it vacuum locks that you can't push the door open from the inside? Is that the reason?
Well, back in the day, some models of refrigerator had a latch. Latching handles. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I can't remember, did the Crystal Skull refrigerator have a latch on the front? Because that would be interesting. Like, because when it lands stupidly in the movie, it automatically opens so that he can roll out, say hi to like a groundhog, and then get up, or prairie dog or whatever.
I think it did have a latch, which is why they made it just automatically open, because otherwise it would have landed and he couldn't get out. And
which would have been, I think that would have been hilarious. Just banging, and then the banging gets slower, and then it just stops, and then it says directed by Steven Spielberg. Like, because if you think about it, not to overtalk this, but might as well. If you think about it, the accusation that's levied on Raiders of the Lost Ark by Big Bang Theory, which I hate that accusation. I think it's stupid. I want to be clear. I think it's a stupid accusation that Indy had no effect on the plot of Raiders. I think that's dumb. However, let's apply it. Let's pretend that they had a valid point, and then let's apply it. The only film in the series where that doesn't make a difference is Temple of Doom. Every other movie in the series, if you follow the thin logic that I think is fraudulent, but if you actually buy into it, Raiders, Last Crusade, Crystal Skull, and Dial of Destiny have an Indiana Jones that doesn't need to be there. By their logic, not by mine, by theirs.
It's very flimsy logic. Like when you look at Raiders, I'm like, immediately I'm like, so you don't care what happens to Marion when they turn up.
Right.
It's like all right, so they might have found the Ark and died anyway, but it's about all the other characters in there, you know. If it weren't for Indy, Marion wouldn't have survived Raiders, most likely.
Yep. Right. Tony, any update with Diaper Island? Is he still flagging accounts and bleeding out slowly?
I haven't heard much lately, and I haven't taken the time to have a look.
Yeah. It absolutely is true with Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, insofar as, again, if you don't care what happens to Marion, if you don't care what happens to John Hurt, then yes.
Yeah.
On the other hand, though, again, Crystal Skull. Okay, so in most indie films, again, not including Temple of Doom, again, hey everybody, I'm going to keep shipping Temple of Doom until the people that still think it's bad realize it's not. All right. In most of the Indiana Jones films, based on the Big Bang Theory logic, Indy's useless. And yet, Indy is the one that leads them to the artifact every time. They then steal the artifact from him, or try to, and then he tries to fight them off, and then you find out the artifact is unobtainable for some reason anyway, right? So with Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, not only do you have to not care what happens to Marion and John Hurt for that theory to work, but you also have to then assume that the Russians, who use Indy every step of the way to find the skull, translate the papers, take it to the place, go into the thing, unlock the doors, do all the stuff. He literally spoon feeds the Russians the whole game in that one. You have to assume that they would be able to do all that on their own as well for that to have happened. So yeah, like with Raiders in the stupid Big Bang Theory, they're like, well, the Nazis would have found the Ark eventually because they were digging all over Tanis. It wouldn't have been long. Okay, well, that's a concession. And then after that, they melt and whatever. With Holy Grail, Indy is stupid to bring the diary with him, but he's also looking for it. So if the diary had gotten lost in the mail, they might never know where to look, and they wouldn't have found the library thing, in which case they wouldn't have done it. But let's assume that they would have found all that, because Big Bang Theory assumes, well, the Nazis would just figure it out eventually and then get to the thing. That's the way that's how they predicate Raiders on that theory, which is flimsy. So they get there. They can't take the Holy Grail away anyway. The Holy Grail won't leave. And even if they do steal the cup, the immortality power goes away with it. So they wouldn't have that either. So, okay. And then I don't even have to go into Dial of Destiny, because it's a nothing burger artifact that didn't do anything.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, do I like Farscape? Yeah, I don't have a problem with it. I haven't seen it in a really long time, but I don't have a problem with it. My wife got me the G.I. Joe Mobile Command Tackle Box. Oh, the big sort of like trawler thing. Nice.
Do you have the G.I. Joe Rolling Thunder?
I never had it. I never really understood why G.I. Joe needed tactical nukes, but that was
So one of my recent video, or not recent, one of my older videos that has seen a recent surge in viewership over the last month is my top 10 G.I. Joe vehicles video.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what is going on in YouTube land, but I've been getting inundated for the last 2 or 3 weeks of people commenting, what, no Rolling Thunder? Where's the Rolling Thunder? The Rolling Thunder, the Rolling Thunder. It's like, damn, that thing is like obscene. I look at that with all the shit on it and think, yeah, no.
Yeah. It's so goofy looking. I
don't understand the fascination.
I was around as a G.I. Joe buying kid when that was being offered in catalogs, and I was like, not interested. No. Let's see. Well, like I just said, KR, I just acknowledged that if you assume that the Russians can do everything that Indy did for them without him, so you can't guarantee that it would have ended that way, because Indy literally spoon-fed the Russians every step of the way with all the information they needed. Are you getting there quicker? I need you to get there quicker. Get there faster.
I mean, the opening of that film, the Russians bring Indy there because they can't find the crate in the warehouse,
right,
on their own. So
right. They can't find the crate on their own. They can't decipher the language on their own. They can't find the skull in the cemetery on their own. They can't translate what John Hurt's auto writing is doing on their own. They can't open the door on their own. They can't follow the map on their own. All they do is get there and put the skull back on the thing and then burn up. But you have to assume that they would figure all that out that they couldn't figure out. Whereas in Raiders, the way that Big Bang Theory gets away with that flimsy theory is because they're digging in Tanis in the area. They just don't have the staff at the exact right height. So if they move left or right, eventually they'll run into the Well of Souls if they stay long enough. But in the jungles of Peru with no information and not having the skull that they didn't find in the cemetery and not being able to translate the stuff in the prison cell and not being able to find the box in the Area 51, they would have been at a loss. So it is a different animal. You can't just say it would have ended the same way without Indy. No, not really. Not really. You're forgetting all the machinations of the film where Indy was integral into helping them. And it's the whole movie. So, I mean, you might know a lot about Knight Rider, but Tony and I know Indiana Jones. So listen to your betters about Indiana Jones. All right. Let's see here. What do I think of the ad vintage Harrison fedora? Cool guy. I just did a whole video a few months ago comparing an ad vintage 100% 100 times masterpiece fedora to a Herbert Johnson. Why are you asking me about a random ad vintage fedora that I don't own when I've already reviewed the cat's ass of ad vintage fedoras? Let's see. Yeah, they played hot potato with the skull in that one scene in the truck duck chase. The truck and duck chase. That's when they played hot potato with it. That's it. Okay, it was an action scene. So? Oh, I do say, Jason. I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thunder clap with the rolling thunder. Yeah. Both of them I wasn't interested in. It was like, hey, what do you want to ask for Christmas? You can either have this giant howitzer or these 2 tactical nukes. And I picked flying fighters instead, which I admit is a regret, but at the same time, I wouldn't change my choice. It was either that or like clearance Brave Star crap or something. I don't know, like, you know. Anywho. Well, Tony, we have been at it for exactly 4.5 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And that means that your camera has approximately 90 minutes left. So is there anything else that we haven't discussed tonight or asked our gracious Christmas Hangout live chat about that we want to hit them up with?
Well, I mean, typically I would ask you, you know, what's coming up for RetroBlasting, but we all know you're working on Rogue One. So yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
And okay, so between now and the end of the year, I guess you're not going to be working on any videos, right?
I've got this like roundup video that I'm doing, which I'm hoping to get out before the end of the weekend. You know, one final video, and I do. There is a live stream I'm going to do. It was going to be a video, and then I thought, no, it's the topic better suited to a live stream, and I need to get it. I don't want to reveal too much, but it's linked to an upcoming date in mid-January, and I have to get it out before that. And I'm just looking at available options of when I can do that live stream. So it's probably going to be on New Year's Eve. And I'm taking a bit of a gamble because I could get very low viewership with. Do people really celebrate New Year's? I stopped celebrating New Year's Eve 20 years ago.
Yeah, I don't really celebrate it. To me, it's like it's an excuse for my neighbors to keep us up for, you know, until 2 a.m. setting off fireworks. And I just want to go across the street and commit mass homicide, you know.
Well, I think it was the late great Oliver Reed used to say, you know, and he was obviously known as being quite the drinking man. He would say New Year's Eve was the one day of the year that he wouldn't go out and drink because it was a night for amateurs.
That's very true. That is very, very true. Like, we need more of that.
Once I get that locked in, I will announce that live stream that so I'll be doing that on the morning of New Year's Day, which would be, you know, New Year's Eve for you guys in the States and the UK.
Right.
So
right. Well, I hope to see your roundup video. I hope it as with anything, when guys like us have deadlines, it's always the biggest worries on us. Can I actually get this done within the time that I have left? I've got one more video that I've got to get out this year. I haven't decided what it's going to be. It's down to 2 different ones. It's either going to be the Jurassic Park thing, or it's going to be a special video about my weird childhood fixation on movie tie-in video games when I was a kid, of which I still have all of them, and it's a staggering amount, and a lot of them are terrible. But I have all of them, and it might be a funny video to kind of go through because there's so many stinkers in there. I could have been playing good games, and I was always attracted to the ones based on movies because I was such a movie junkie. So it might be that, or it might be the Jurassic Park thing. I haven't figured out which. Yeah. Oh, by the way, KR Companion, no, I didn't think you were trying to disrespect me. What I was simply saying was, like, Tony and I have turned this Rubik's Cube with this particular character a lot. Like, in all angles, with all movies and all kinds of stuff. And all I was saying with that is simply that it is not a one-to-one comparison. As broken as the Big Bang Theory is, their broken theory only holds water. It doesn't, but it only seems to hold water with Raiders. With all the other films, it totally falls apart, which is kind of funny when you think about it, because Raiders is the best one. So it's the only one where they can hang their bullshit theory, even though it doesn't work. Whatever. No, I didn't feel disrespected. Ford is the Red Hulk. Your thoughts on it, Michael? Just another useless experience.
Yeah.
Let's see. Fireworks in Australia. That's not going to cause any problems.
Oh yeah, we have raging bushfires over here at the moment. It's a hot time of year, and there are a lot of places. There are total fire bans.
You need to go with God, TJC. Go with God. If you finish that thing, you're a better man than me, Gunga Din. You're a better man than me. It's called boiling water and not having high expectations of Hasbro products. That's what it boils down to. All right. Wait, you didn't know about the Big Bang Theory thing? So you're saying you learned about that tonight? You couldn't have, because if you saw my Indy 5 video, you saw it explained in that.
Yeah.
You're confusing me. You know what happens when I get confused. You won't like me when I get confused. To paraphrase,
tweaking out.
That's my version of Bill Bixby, where it's just like, I'm getting confused. You won't like me when I get confused.
If his left eye starts twitching, step back out of the room very slowly.
You know what that should be? I should change the tagline for RetroBlasting. Just erase everything I've had up there for like 12 years and just change it to, you won't like him when he's confused. Just like that's just the all right. Well, Tony, thank you so much for spending time with me tonight and us. You gave everybody your time on the Hangout.
No, I want to thank you and I want to thank the audience because, as I said, my wife had to work today. I didn't want to be sitting around on my own on Boxing Day morning. So it's been amazing to see so many people join us in the chat. It's been very interactive. I thoroughly enjoyed it. And thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, and it's always fun to hang out with you. We need to collaborate more in 2025 because I know 2024 we were all trying to just get our feet under us and find a new center with YouTube shenanigans and shifts and other things going on in the background. But I really do want more, like we used to do. It would be nice. Now here's the thing, everybody. So for all of you who are here and enjoying this stream, please remember, because a lot of you have been here for this stream for all 4.5 hours because you clearly enjoy analog toys and RetroBlasting. I'm not about to give you a boilerplate thing. Smash that like button. That's not what I'm about to say. I don't do that shit. All right. What I'm about to say is, remember all the questions that were asked tonight that resulted in the answer of, oh, you haven't heard that answer before? I think. Or, oh, you didn't know that we've done 7 videos about that? Or, oh, my point is, remember, if you take anything else away from tonight, take away the fact that you want to stay really actively engaged with the channels you like. Go to the Analog Toys channel page. Do it like once every 2 weeks or something and just check up on the page and see for yourself what new videos are out. Same thing with my channel. Like every 2 weeks, just go to the RetroBlasting YouTube channel page, check the new playlists or updates to the playlist for all the live replays. You can check for the new videos that are all out that YouTube isn't showing you. It really, really helps you because you don't miss out on videos that you might really enjoy or get your questions answered from. And it obviously helps the channels because we don't lose you as an engaged, enjoyer, supporter of our content. Yes, that's I was just mentally checking because I'm old now, so I have to go back over all my stuff. And as Venkman says, I want to kind of see Michael when he's really confused. Well, don't you worry, my friend. If you thought Indy 5 was me really confused, just wait when I finish Rogue One. It's a shorter script, but the confusion is epic. as a precursor to that, I don't actually thought I had it printed for some reason. I'm like, no, I don't have that printed. Oh, I don't have it on. Damn. I'll just give you a little hint about one thing in one of the chapters. So chapter 3 is about the film we got. Chapter 4 will be everything about the film that we might have gotten. All right.
Mm-hmm.
But chapter 3 is the film we got. Admiral Radis, the Admiral Akbar from Wish.com of the film. He seems like a hero in the way that the story is presented if you're not paying too close attention. But if you actually pay attention, and again, I like Rogue One. It's the only Disney Star Wars film I own. I have it on 4K. I don't hate the movie, okay? That doesn't mean there isn't funny shit in a lot of these films. Like, all right? Admiral Radis, when you actually break down what he does in the movie, you want to beat his ass. Like, it's like, how terminally stupid are you, Admiral Radis? It's wild, all right? And that's just one of the things I say about the movie as is. And I haven't even given you the details. So get ready. You're going to see me really confused. Like, really confused. Like, it might end my marriage.
Oh. We're all looking forward to it, Michael.
Thanks. Tony, say hi to Gracie for me. Hope you have a great rest of your holiday. I know you're going back to work tomorrow.
Just for a day, and then I've got the weekend. So
okay. Yeah. No, I haven't, because I don't think anybody would watch it, Fly Highland. I think it would pick up. I don't know if it would pick up better or worse numbers than Kandagawa Jet Girls or Keijo. I have no idea. I don't want to disrespect the Princess of Pop that way. What is it, Tony?
But you have answered that question many times in a live stream, just not a dedicated video. Yeah,
I have. Yeah. I was living in the UK from the very beginning of the 90s. And in the very beginning of the 90s, the UK truly was one of the best places in the world, if not the best place in the world. And I discovered her there. I had heard Locomotion in 1988 here in the States, but I had not made the connection at the time, because I was 10 years old at the time. So I didn't make the direct connection, but then I made it 2 years later when I learned about her meteoric rise from 1989 to 1992. And I was there for the vast majority of it. And I've been a fan ever since, even in the dark times where I had to come back to the United States and they didn't have international CD shipping then. And I didn't know what albums were coming out. And I was truly in the dark. I was flying blind with both the Star Wars dark times and for my personal Kylie dark times at the same time. It was horrible. It was awful. It was, I never thought I would have sight again. I thought I would be blind forever. But yeah. Repro Blaming is my favorite. I watch constantly. What are you referring to, Werewolf? Don't make me put coal in your stocking right before the end of the Christmas hangout. Whatever that means, explain yourself. I haven't even finished watching a walkthrough gameplay of the Indiana Jones game. I kept falling asleep. It's like 12 hours. Yeah, you think? So yeah. Before we end, I want to see if Werewolf answers this. This makes no sense. Maybe he was trying to say RetroBlasting and it like screwed up, but my history with repros makes me wonder if he's trolling me for a second. Come on, Werewolf. Come back. Don't run. Don't run from me. Answer my question.
I do like Wilson Tortosa here says, does one even need a reason to be a fan of Kylie?
No, they absolutely don't. They absolutely don't. And she brought out a kick-ass follow-up to her Tension album this year, Tension 2. It was great. So yeah, she's still killing it. Meanwhile, everybody jokes about, oh, we gotta watch out because Mariah Carey's being thawed out this year for her one Christmas album, retour or whatever every Christmas. And I'm like, Kylie made an amazing Christmas album, like a legitimately good one a few years ago. Yeah. We listened to that all the time.
That was 2015, I think.
Yes, I think that's correct. Yep. Right after Jay-Z messed her up with that Kiss Me Once album, which there are good Kylie songs on that. Jay-Z didn't make those the breakout singles because he was an idiot. And now he's being, indicted for all kinds of horrible things. Shocker. Yeah. But Kylie Minogue was one of the few people in the background who was like, I want out of my contract with you. And he didn't fight her on it. And I'm like, oh, the one smart thing Jay-Z ever did. So, don't mess with the Princess of Pop. Don't. I think what he meant are people who think reproductions are a bad thing. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Howl's Moving Castle is better than Rogue One. Man, Werewolf is into the hot takes tonight. Howl's Moving Castle, it's easy to be better than Rogue One when you don't tell anybody what you're about. When you're a movie or a film or whatever that actively, aggressively has no plot, it's easy to say you're better than everything else.
Yeah.
Anyway. All right, everyone. Well, it doesn't look like Werewolf's coming back into the chat. Looks like he's howling at the moon right now. So we will adjourn for this evening. Hope you guys have a great rest of your Christmas. And I'll probably do a live stream before the end of the year. But if I don't, then I'll do a live stream in the first week of the new year. So, Tony, thank you again.
My pleasure, sir.
I'll try and get war stories. We'll start to coordinate war stories for early next year if you're cool with that.
Absolutely, because we do potentially have an episode we're going to do with Conrad as well.
Yes,
so
yes.
I would love to do that one day. Yeah.
Yes, I don't want that to fall through either. And there's just a lot of good movies. Maybe we just needed a break, and maybe when we come back from the break, it'll feel really good, and we'll go for it. So war stories. I'll also hit you up about possibly doing the Last Hurrah bit, but for Adventure Series. Maybe I'll hit up Matt Kearns to do that again for me too. Yep. And otherwise, everybody have a great night, and we'll see you soon.
Merry Christmas,
Bye, everyone.
Bye.